Karen, it's live on YouTube. Okay, Sandy.
Thanks, Megan. Megan, I just got a text from somebody about they just want to get on, so I'll just keep my phone. I've just received a text and they can't get on.
Yeah, I just had to do that setup and then I can let people in as they come in.
Okay, thanks. So good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is safe and well in this crazy little COVID-19 time of ours. But it's nice to see familiar faces this evening. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. I have no gavel, so we're just going to make it up. Welcome to Monday, April 27th, 2020, City of Burlingame Planning Commission meeting. For all in attendance today, please note this meeting is on Zoom and being streamed live on YouTube. It is not on our website, and it will be made available for viewing in the future. Members of the public may provide written comments on any item on tonight's agenda by emailing publiccomment@burlingame.org. Emailed comments should include specific agenda items on which you are commenting, and note that your comments concerns on any item that is not on the agenda or is on the consent calendar. The length of the email comment should be between 200 and 300 words, which is about 3 minutes for verbal comments. Members of the public may also comment on any item by using the raise hand in the chat features on Zoom. Welcome to our new Planning Commissioner, John Schmidt, and a reappointed Planning Commissioner, Rich Sargent. So we will go to our first item, which is agenda item 2, which is roll call. The record should note, I believe, that all 7 members of our commissioners are present this evening. Agenda item 3, approval of minutes. We have 2 draft meeting minutes to review and approve. We have February 27th and March 9th regular Planning Commission meetings. Do we have any comments or changes or discussions on the motion on the minutes?
Through the chair, if staff can make a comment that we did receive some edits from Commissioners Terrones and Sargent. So we have noted those edits. We did not get a chance to provide you all with a copy of those edits, but we did receive them and we will be making those changes.
Thank you, Ruben. Do I have any motions on the changes? Or I guess, Ruben, we'll just wait till we see the changes?
If the 2 commissioners that submitted the changes are comfortable with that, and if no other commissioners have changes, you can make a motion in a second and vote on it tonight.
Add a comment.
I'm sorry, also just to interrupt, Ruben, if the other commissioners haven't seen the changes, then they need to know what they included. So we could either continue the minutes until everyone can review them, or if the changes are minor, they can maybe be described by the commissioners who requested them.
Okay, there are enough minor ones that I think we can send those all out to you, and then we will take a vote at the next meeting.
Can I make a clarification?
Yes, go ahead.
Chair Camarado stated the February 27th commission meeting minutes, and I'm not sure if it's February 24th or 27th.
24th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. We'll include those edits to you for the next meeting.
Thanks, Ruben. All right, so agenda item 4. Approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda this evening?
No changes from staff.
Great. Public comment, non-agenda items. Members of the public may speak about any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for future Planning Commission agenda may do so during this public comment period. The Ralph Brand Act prohibits the Planning Commission from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. The chair may adjust the time in light of the number of anticipated speakers. Is there anyone that would like to comment on the non-agenda items? Okay, is Megan, are you going to update me if there is someone?
We haven't received any Zoom chats.
Okay, perfect. So seeing no comments, we'll move to the next item. Do we have any study item? We have no study items this evening. So we will now move to agenda item 7, consent calendar. We have no consent calendar items this eve. Oh, no, wait, sorry, we do. We have consent item calendar 7A, 250 California Drive. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine. They are acted simultaneously unless separate discussion and/or action is requested by the applicant, the member of the public, or the commissioners prior to the time of commission votes on the motion to adopt. So consent item 7A is 250 California Drive. Do we have any comments on that? Okay. Seeing none. So Ruben, do we just make a motion to pass it?
Commissioner Sargent and Commissioner Taronis have their hands up.
Oh, sorry.
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a approval from Commissioner Sargent, second by Commissioner Taronis. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner, we have to do a roll call vote because of the format.
Okay.
I will do the roll call vote. So Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
can you repeat that, Commissioner Gall?
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus,
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Taronis,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Chair Camarado.
Aye.
So that motion passes 7-0.
Perfect. Any action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,045, which includes noticing costs. Okay, so now we will move to regular action items. So our first regular action item is 8A, 2625 Martinez Drive. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? So I would like to say that I have spoken to the applicant and also visited one of the neighbors at 2613 Truesdale this afternoon.
Commissioner Gall has his hand up.
I also spoke with and met with the neighbor on the site at 2613 Truesdale.
Commissioner Taronis,
I spoke with the property owner, the applicant, so that I could gain access to view the story poles. I had a brief conversation with the neighbor at 2613 Truesdale Drive, but I was not able to make arrangements to visit. Thank you.
Okay, so let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report?
yes, before I summarize the staff report, I did want to draw your attention to several emails and letters received after preparation of the staff report. One is from Sherry Ho, dated April 26th. We have another from Angela Chung, dated April 21st. And a second email from Angela Chung, dated April 27th. This is an application for design review, hillside area construction permit, and special permit for attached garage for a new 2-story single-family dwelling with a detached garage. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing 1-story house and attached garage to build a new 2-story single-family dwelling and attached garage. The total proposed floor area would be 4,367 square feet, where 4,370 square feet is a maximum allowed. There would be a total of 5 bedrooms in the proposed house. 3 off-street parking spaces are required, 2 of which must be covered. The proposed attached garage would provide 2 covered spaces, and an uncovered space would be provided in the driveway. At the Planning Commission Design Review Study meeting on February 24th, the commission had several comments regarding this project. The applicant submitted a response letter and revised plans, date stamped March 11th, to address the commission's comments. Suggested findings for design review, for hillside area construction permit, and special permit are found on pages 3 and 4 of your staff report. And that concludes my summary of the staff report. I'd be happy to take questions of staff if you have any.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Okay. Open to public hearing. Would the applicant please state your name and anything you'd like to about the project?
So do we have Leonard Ng or Galen Ma available? Galen, are you available?
I believe Galen's available.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. It's taking a little bit of getting used to with this new format. I believe, I'm hoping Leonard, our project architect.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
Yes.
This is
Hi,
Leonard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can
Okay,
hear you.
good. Sorry, having some technical difficulties. I joined by phone, but it doesn't seem to be working, so I'm joining by computer audio now. Everyone can hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. This is Leonard. I'm the project architect. I'm sure the commissioners are familiar with the project already, and we wanted to thank the commissioners for opportunity to present today, as well as the feedback from the study session. I'm sure you're very familiar with the revisions, but just to recap, our takeaway, which we took to heart, was to try to soften and create some more articulation and variety on the presentation to the street, the front facade. And so we explored many strategies, and we developed the ones that we thought softened the facade the most, yet stayed true to the overall design, and actually tried to select strategies that benefit the overall design, not just for the client, but for the neighborhood. Just a quick recap, of course, is we introduced, we brought some richer materiality to the project. At the front, to the left of the entry, we added a horizontal linear tile material at a fairly fine scale to add scale, texture, movement, and depth to the facade. We also added or clad the setback portion of the second story in wood siding to match the garage wing. Again, we thought that broke down the second story massing quite a bit, as well as created a potential dialogue with the garage wing on the other end. And then thirdly, we took the existing idea of the trim frame and really extended it and made it a more prominent design element that again helped break down the stucco expanses and create more articulation. We worked with our landscape designer to develop the landscaping to nestle the house onto the site a lot more. And we took the comment on the rear deck to heart and tried to reduce the deck as much as we could. within the context of the design, and credit to Commissioner Taronis for the idea of the planter box, which we also integrated. That would be a recap of the major design changes, I think, for the project. And so I'll let everyone else take back the cue.
Thank you. Does any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, so on sheet, the attached sheets on sheet DS, there's a detail for aluminum trim frame surround. You have it as projecting 12 inches out.
Mhm.
Oops, sorry. You have it as projecting 12 inches out, but 3/8 of an inch thick. Is that going to be sufficient enough that it won't show some waving and you know, that it'll stay looking straight over longer expanses?
That's a really good question. I think when we've done this in the past and when we talk to fabricators, I think the fact that it's aluminum helps a lot. I think if it was steel, obviously what you mentioned is quite an issue, the waviness of the steel. So at 3/8 inch, I think the aluminum should be pretty straight, as well as probably not so clear because the scale of the detail, because this is a conceptual detail, but there are these welded flanges perpendicular to the projection, which mounts to the home every, say, 3 feet on center. So overall, once it's all welded together, it acts as a rigid frame.
So there's a flange that's not shown on the detail?
Well, it's shown, but it's embedded, like it's routed into the plywood for attachment. And so it's not an expressed element, but it's a part of the construction.
And it's not so much that part that I'm worried about it staying straight. It's actually out on the leading edge because 12, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, are you sure that you want to go 12 inches out?
Well, I think 12 inches are, approximate guess. If it's 10 inches, I think 10 to 12 within that range. Our hope was that we get enough relief where, in the spirit of trying to address the comments from last time, really play it up as a element that creates shadow and relief on the facade. And so 12 is not a magic number. It doesn't have to be 12 to your point, of course, but it could be like 9 or 10, just enough where it casts the shadow as seen on the rendering. It has some relief and tries to break down that mass at the second spot.
No, I get what you're trying to do there. I just wanted to be assured that it would stay straight.
And to your point, maybe it goes to 1/2 inch,
Yeah, I think that would probably be a wise choice.
Mm-hmm.
The other question I had is on your roof deck. Thank you for changing that and reducing the size of it, but did you consider putting some of that planting on the neighbor's side of the deck? I think the issue is to try to screen that deck from the neighbors as much as reducing it.
I think when we talked with our landscape designer and the owners and the neighbor, the idea is that we're completely open to planting very mature, lush hedge along the property line. In terms of the architecture, we extended a blade wall out to really screen most of the view to the neighbor directly. I don't know if you.
I see that there.
Yeah, and so that screens, that's kind of the hard element of the architecture that does a lot of screening. And then once you get past that wall, the idea was to provide really tall, dense hedge or foliage to screen that edge as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Loftus?
Yeah, I'd like to be persuaded that this design fits into the neighborhood. Could you talk me through how you think this design fits into a homogeneous neighborhood of single family ranch homes?
Yes, I think we tried to touch on that in the previous the study session, but I think our approach was to take a step back. Galen and Tina, the owners, they're Burlingame area natives. They were looking for a modern home with an open floor plan, lots of glass for indoor outdoor feel. And so we're trying to integrate that with existing neighborhood fabric and integrate the second story as best we can with deep setbacks, making the second story as small as possible in terms of floor area. And so one of the first things we did was to take careful cues and consideration from the surrounding neighborhood context, the existing homes, without necessarily being contextual, so to speak. And so one of the things we noticed is that a lot of the surrounding homes have a certain partie, they have a certain floor plan configuration, best described, I think, as like a lowercase h, where they have a recessed entry in the middle. There's a forward attached garage on one side, and usually a longer wing, a living wing on the other. And so in plan and in mass, to a certain extent, we tried to keep that configuration. And in fact, we flipped it. We mirrored the H on site to allow more breathing room for our neighbors and to respond better to solar orientation. We've also, because predominantly mostly ranch homes, single story, they present a horizontal roof line at the very forward edge. So we tried to take that horizontal rhythm and really try to integrate that into our design as well. I mean, granted, we have a second story, but still trying to create a horizontal data along the front of the house. The second story setback, 37 feet and 53 feet, I think, respectively, from the front. So the second story, we try to set back as far as we possibly could, and then create these horizontal datums to kind of echo the edge condition of the hip roofs. I would say we also took cues from some of the windows. They're in the ranch homes, they're usually expressed in a more horizontal format, usually divided into 2 or 3 panels. And so we're kind of doing the same thing with our windows, a tripartite division or a double division, and then trying to group some windows together to play up that horizontal reading as opposed to a very vertical expression like some other styles. And so we kind of see the project as obviously an extension of the neighborhood, and hopefully one that allows for you know, a nice neighborhood, obviously moving forward, and hopefully a precedent for conscientious neighbor-friendly design within the context of 2 stories, within the context of zoning parameters for the neighborhood.
Commissioner Taronis.
I was just going to have a quick follow-up question. Did you consider lower plate heights? You've got 10 and 9.6.
Yes, we looked at that in depth, actually. I think obviously the owners would like to have a certain ceiling height, but not just that, we're trying to allow for, as I'm sure you guys are familiar with the flat roofs, we have to allow a little bit more in the sandwich for roof slopes embedded into the sandwich, as well as since we have no attic and no crawl space necessarily, so to speak, we're allowing for all the HVAC to happen in the sandwich, probably through the structure itself, etc. And so we try to keep the floor plates as low as we could within the context of what we thought was achievable in terms of construction and logistics.
Commissioner Taronis.
Yes, thank you. Well, one of my questions was in regards to the plate height, so we'll forgo that one. My other question is, it's relatively minor, I think, but just as a detail, in looking at the rear elevation, Leonard, it looks like the glass railing doesn't appear to have been revised. Am I correct in presuming that where you have the planted areas to the side of that roof deck, that glass railing doesn't need to extend into that area, correct? Or
you're absolutely right. In fact, I noticed that after we sent it to plot 2, the glass railing does extend 1 bay too far.
okay.
But that would be the planter. Actually, that was your idea, which we thought was really wonderful. And the glass would essentially only be two bays, not 3, to correspond with the deck.
Understood. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns for the applicant?
Commissioner Sargent?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question on the plate height, and because I had the same question. Are you, and I understand the need to move the mechanicals through the structure. Is this going to be a raised foundation? So there'll be a place?
Yes, that's a good question. We're actually we're working with the engineers, and what we're proposing is a crawl space to hopefully allow us to run some ducts, but that it's submerged. So it's not, as you can tell, we're not coming up 2 or 3 or 4 steps up into the house, but we're keeping it 1 step essentially. And so it'd be a submerged crawl space is probably what's most likely. In looking at this with the project team though, if it helps with the review and the planning commission, I spoke with the owners and I spoke with our engineer and our team. We could, what we could do to try to help facilitate is to lower the plate heights as I think you're suggesting, and I think we could lower it, maybe look at lowering it, I don't know, in the 6 to 12 inch range where we can, to try to facilitate and streamline the massing a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but it sounded like other commissioners had the same reaction. I mean, the plate heights, I mean, I noticed them in the first plan, but seeing the story poles out at the site, I think it really highlighted the contrast, particularly to the house to the right, when you could see that right front corner of your project and just how much higher it is. And I think it just made it stand out even more. So I think it'll be interesting to hear what other commissioners think when we move to the discussion section.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Schmid?
Yes, I too was out and saw the storyboard or story poles and am concerned about scale relative to the neighbors. Have you considered maybe taking the eyebrow that comes across the garage and that front and maybe bringing that down? You could still have the garage itself flow up higher, but bringing that eyebrow down from the 10-foot plate height, I think would start to give more human scale to that. And I think that the second story going horizontally from side to side really accentuates the scale and the size of the project versus if it were, that mass was going front to back.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that potentially look at lowering that the eyebrow element at the first story?
I think you could have the garage protrude up at the same level, but if you brought the eyebrow down, that would start to bring that entry level to a smaller scale. And I think it's going to look a little funny when you have an 8-foot garage door and 2 feet of material above. I think you could help bring down that scale.
I think what, I mean, in looking at it myself, I think if we were to lower the plate heights, I think we would aim to lower it at both floors. And so I think that would be essentially what you're saying. I think we would look to lower that first floor datum as well, maybe 6 inches or so there and 6 inches or so, or whatever we can squeeze, so to speak, on the second floor. So obviously we would do it proportionally so that the massing is still balanced. That would be our goal. But I agree with that. I think the eyebrow could come down a little more, and I would say even more so, maybe we lower the entire massing of that whole area down, maybe by 6 inches or something like that, to try to get a little bit better scale.
Did you look at any opportunities of maybe doing more of a low slope roof on the master bedroom suite up above that would maybe not make it so, being that it's flat, it projects up pretty, straight up, whereas most of these other homes have very low slope roofs. And I think you could even integrate a modern view of a low slope roof in there that would help soften the style a little bit more in line with the context of the neighborhood.
Yes, we looked at a lot of different options actually, and we thought with the flat roof, it's interesting because it's kind of like an average, right? At the eave, the perimeter might be higher, but then at the ridge is significantly lower. So it's kind of a wash on an on average basis, I suppose. But I think that's kind of where we also thought to benefit the project and to benefit the neighborhood, we could just lower the overall plate heights, but try to keep the language and the purity consistent throughout the project. We did look at some slope roofs, but then it started to look like we added how do I say it? It's almost like we added a volume of its own character on top of a volume of another character, which we were trying to shy away from.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Ruben, do we have anybody else?
No other questions from commissioners. You can
Great.
open it up for public comment now.
Okay, so I'm opening it for public comment. Is there anybody in the public that'd like to speak on this item?
There was a question submitted through chat. It says, at the beginning of the discussion, you kept referring to visiting addresses on Truesdale Drive. Did you mean occupants on Martinez Drive? Perhaps some of the commissioners can just confirm if it was.
I actually visited 2613 Truesdale Drive from one of the Angela Chung, who wrote one of the letters and also provided one of the images. Anybody else?
I see no other comments in chat, and I don't see any other comments submitted via email to the public comments email address.
Okay, so may I close public hearing then? Okay, closing public hearing. Commissioners, any comments?
Commissioner Terrell.
Could I ask commissioners who visited the home at 2613 Truesdale Drive, were you able to see any view issues?
So I actually visited and I took images. I sent those images to, I believe, Ruben and Kevin this afternoon. I could only, because of shelter in place, I did not go into the home. I only went to the outside of the house in the backyard and stood by the windows. And that was the only house I went to, and I did not see any obstruction of view from the backyard, from the bedroom window, living room window, and there was a window in the middle, and I have to look to see at my images. And I'm happy to email those images to the commissioners if you like.
That's okay. I just wanted to get.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Can you repeat that?
That's okay. I don't necessarily want to see the images. I just wanted to know what the general impression was of view issues from that property on Truesdale, because it was brought up as a written issue.
Commissioner Loftus.
Yeah, I have to reiterate my comments from the last meeting. I really like the building. I like it more now than I liked it before. I think it's become a lot more refined, but I think it's a real challenge to fit it into this neighborhood. And I said at the time that one of the challenges is there's no variety in this neighborhood. It's a set of very closely spaced, similar houses on a curvy street. It's not like the hills where we have allowed a lot of modernist architecture, because the sites are larger and there's a great variety in elevation and there's a great variety in orientation as you're moving up the hills. I just don't find that this building fits. I like the building quite a lot, but it stretches credulity for me to believe that this fits. And when, I've been walking around town over the last few weeks, driving around town, walking around town, looking at some of the things that we've approved. And I look at some of them and I go, oh, that didn't really work. Well, I have the sense in a strong way that if we approve this, that a year from now or 18 months from now, we're going to go up there and we're going to look at it and say, oh, that really doesn't fit. There's no way to make it fit. This feels like an intellectual exercise trying to make it fit. So, I'm having some real problems, which is why I asked the question, persuade me that this fits into the neighborhood. And I can't make the leap.
Commissioner Sargent.
Yeah, I guess I raised this with staff this afternoon, and it kind of follows on what Commissioner Toronis' question about anybody visiting neighboring properties. Just speaking to the process of where we are with shelter in place, I'm a little uncomfortable with our assessment of the hillside construction permit at this meeting, because we've had, normally the process is, and I say this mostly for the benefit of all the public that's listening, because I know this project has gained a lot of interest from neighbors in the community, is that the normal process, if somebody raises a concern about view blockages, which we have to assess for the hillside construction permit, commissioners usually go out to that property, speak to that neighbor, and usually gain access to the house and are able to assess for each individual commissioner whether there are view blockages that meet the criteria we've used in the past, which are primarily distant views from public rooms. And given the current limitations of shelter in place, it's really kind of unadvisable I think, to even meet with people at properties, much less go in their house. And looking from the outside, I think what Chair Camerado did was very good, but I'm still not sure I feel entirely comfortable with it to make our judgment on to be able to make the findings for the hillside construction permit. I did notice that we got one received after with a photo of a blocked view, but I'm not entirely clear where that was taken from. It says from the back. I don't know if that's from the back deck or the backyard, but or it's the back of the house. But there are other neighbors who didn't submit those photos. So I'm not sure I feel entirely comfortable moving forward, just as a matter of process. As far as the design review of the project, kind of my initial look at this was that, this was a neighborhood that could support this kind of architecture. But I think in hearing more from my fellow commissioners, I'm not as convinced of that, particularly, just as other commissioners have said about the kind of uniform nature of the existing architecture in the neighborhood. And I also think the massing is really problematic. The plate height, and I appreciate what the applicant has said in terms of lowering the plate height, but combined with that is if you look at the sections of the building, it's got very high plates, almost 10 and almost 9.5. Plus, it's got on each floor, it looks to me like the framing is going to be roughly 2 feet. So it's going to feel even taller than 10 and 9.5. So, and I think that, we don't normally have the benefit of story polls to allow us to see kind of in real time what a project looks like. But I think, going to the site today was, I think, pretty stark. And so, which kind of leads me to agree with Commissioner Loftus on this.
Commissioner Torrones?
Yes, thank you. I generally agree with Commissioner Loftus, but in saying that, what I do want to make clear is, out of respect for both our process and respect for the applicant, I'd like to make it clear, at least personally, that one, I'm not opposed, and I don't think we have any grounds for opposition to a second story. I'm not opposed to contemporary or modern style in this neighborhood. Where I am having issues, though, are in terms of the design review criteria for criteria 1 and 3, compatibility of the architectural style with that of the existing character of the neighborhood, and the architectural style and mass and bulk of the structure. So I'm having issues with those two criteria. And then going back to what I mean in terms of respect for our process, I think that it needs to be clear to both the applicant and to the public that the story polls were very revealing. So there were things that we're raising now that perhaps may not have been raised during the study meeting, but I feel perfectly comfortable with that because there are issues that, again, were borne out by the story polls. The point being is that second floor feels very massive now that we have the story polls helping us understand the massing of the application. So I'm having trouble with those issues, and I agree with both Commissioner Loftus and Commissioner Schmidt in terms of identifying ways to make this architecture fit better with the neighborhood and give it better scale in terms of just pedestrian character and human scale for the architecture itself. So having trouble with those two criteria in terms of the design review. No issues in terms of I think we also have a application for a special permit for attached garage. So again, no issue there. And in regards to the hillside area construction permit, I can only rely on some of what other Commissioner Camarado, Chair Camarado saw from the neighboring house. But again, as Commissioner Sargent says, we have a hard time viewing that because we can't really visit the places that we normally would. Thank you.
City Attorney Kane.
Yes, I just want to interject briefly on this question of the hillside area construction permit. Obviously, as Commissioner Sargent said, there's a lot that's different now than there would be under normal circumstances. And I think that actually cuts both ways in the sense that on the one hand, the commission does need to be able to look at and assess the view issues. Flip side, we can't continue projects that may present view issues until after the shelter in place order is lifted. We've just been told that's another month. So the projects have a due process right to proceed forward as well. So it sounds like, based on the discussion so far, there may be a continuance of this item anyway for other reasons that don't have to do with the view. And that gives planning staff and myself a chance to coordinate on this question of what constitutes sufficient evidence of a view blockage. I mean, among other things, we would want to have a picture taken from inside the affected homes, along with an affidavit under penalty of perjury about the location from which the picture was taken and that it wasn't done using a Zoom and so on. And that would at least give the commission some information to work with there. And it would put the person submitting that evidence, on notice that they have to take it seriously and they have to make sure that it's taken from the right location. And that may be sufficient to proceed under these limited circumstances. And then hopefully we'll be back to the point where people can do their own investigation in the normal manner shortly thereafter.
Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you for the that added information, Attorney Kane. I want to agree with my fellow commissioners. Wanted to note as well, from my perspective, that I have some issues with the design review criteria 1 and 3 in terms of how this project meets the criteria. I have to say I love the design of the house. I've said that before. I am a fan of contemporary modern style homes. And I had at the first before the first presentation, the design reviews study session, or the very first presentation, I did suggest to the applicant to put story polls up sooner than later for us to consider, but it may have been too late before that first design review meeting. So I appreciate having the story polls to look at now. Interestingly, I was driving down Truesdale maybe a couple weeks ago and suddenly saw this bright orange to the right and knew immediately it had to be the story poles for this project, and was surprised to see how much it stood out. Well, the orange color didn't help, but in terms of the height of the structure. And so drove to the front of the home to see that indeed the massing is quite tall. I too can support a second story addition to the project. I just think that the rendering, I was hoping it would look more like the rendering, a little bit more lower profile. However, it looks quite tall to me, and I'm concerned about view blockages. I wasn't able to meet with Angela Chong and can't tell from the photo that she sent where that photo was taken. So I appreciate some of the other options we can entertain going forward in terms of studying this further. But I want to repeat again that up in that area, there is a fairly large Eichler development, and a lot of the Eichler homes have sloping roof lines, and they are considered modern contemporary homes, mid-century modern. And I would encourage the applicant to seriously consider a different roof profile on that second story. Somehow, I know the design style that they're trying to take, but I think that in this case, because of the massing and the height, the potential view blockage of neighbors, that it would be worth taking a look at that more seriously. Thank you.
Commissioner Gall.
There we go. Yeah, so I was able to meet with Angela Chong today, and I went into the backyard and saw the story poles from her backyard. If you stand in front of her windows, which I would assume would be sufficient, as good as standing inside the house, there are trees that block your view of this house. So the house, the new house on Martinez, does not, in my opinion, block her view from inside her building. I took pictures on my phone as well from her backyard, but you really do need to move closer to the fence, probably 10 or 15 feet away from the home to see any view blockage. And there is a view blockage, but again, it's not from any of the habitable spaces within the house. That being said, the thing that does strike you, as Commissioner Say said when she was coming down Truesdale, when you're looking out from her backyard, Angela Chong's backyard, the thing that catches your eye is the story poles and the size of this project. You see the rooftops, you see the ridges of a lot of the single family homes around it, but this house really does stick out. There was an email earlier in the week from someone coming down Martinez, and when you drive down Martinez, it appears the same way. This one just jumps up so high above all the other homes. I think that's the problem I have with it. As other commissioners have said, I like the design. I think it's really well done, but and this area I think can support modern homes. There, especially up on the hill, there are a lot of houses that are getting redone and they're getting a modern flair to them. So it's the second story, the mass and the bulk of it, that I'm having trouble with. And I think that the design could work, but I honestly think that at this point in that neighborhood, we're still looking at a single story home. I'm just having trouble with that second floor.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me? This is Leonard.
This is still a closed hearing, Leonard. So
Okay, sorry.
thank you. Commissioner Schmid.
Yes, I like the look of the project. I like that style of architecture as well, but the story poles really were the telling sign today on scale. You know, the rendering stands all by itself, and because it doesn't really have either one of the homes on either side, you really can't see the change, you know, how big a change it is in scale. I agree with Commissioner Say about other types of modern architecture that we have in these neighborhoods that could potentially be a little bit softer on the scale, which is where I was leading with some of my questions earlier. So I think it doesn't really fit into the neighborhood that well yet. And I'm wondering if this may be an opportunity, you know, being a new person to this, but maybe this is a time where the design review person would be, you know, a good person to engage and maybe help with other solutions and opportunities.
Chair Camarado?
Yeah, so I like moderns. I could see a modern being done in this area, especially when you work your way up the hill a little bit on Atwater. You have a lot of the Eichlers up there. I do feel that the second floor and the massing is very large on this property. I do also like the idea of Attorney Kathleen Kane's idea of having the neighbors do an affidavit and taking some pictures, because I think I could only go to one of the homes and I can't particularly go, I didn't go to the other homes to make any type of determination of what I could see there. But so, you know, I'd hate to say that it's an absolute. I also agree with my commissioner say, you know, going down Truesdale, and actually I did a kind of a U-turn as I went up Truesdale, made a U-turn, not illegally at all, but coming down Truesdale, you could definitely see those story poles. And so some of the other homes that are on Truesdale, just up the hill a bit, you know, those homes are probably been owner occupied or rentals or who knows, but maybe they don't even know what they can say, but you can definitely see some of those corner houses can have a view of those story poles. I really love moderns. So, you know, we've had a lot of other moderns go on in other areas of Burlingame, and over time they do fit the neighborhood because people do change their ranchers and do soft moderns. So I'm not opposed to that in this area. And I think if we are going to really do moderns, we've always said that the hills is where the modern should go. But I do believe that it's a little bit too big. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Torrones?
Thank you. I'd like to revisit, I think Commissioner Schmidt's suggestion, at least, or comment in regards to sending this to the design review consulting might be beneficial. I know we've already passed, you know, the study meeting, and we typically would do that after that. This wouldn't be the first time that we sent something through the design review consulting when we were considering it for action. If any other commissioners had thoughts on that, I'd be glad to hear.
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I find the architect very capable. I think that he's done a real good job on the design, and I think our comments have been pretty clear. So I would almost leave that up to the applicant if they'd like to go to the design reviewer, but I think that our comments have been clear. It appears to me he knows what he's doing. So I think if he takes it to heart, I think he can rework this project and get it to a point where it would be approvable, in my mind, at least.
Commissioner Loftus?
Yeah, that's my opinion as well. I think this is a very capable designer, and I think that what needs to happen is the project needs to want to fit into the neighborhood in not an entirely intellectual way. I bought a lot of the arguments that the architect put forward, and I understood exactly where they were coming from, but it just doesn't work. And so I think it needs to go farther toward fitting in, and I think that the architect's quite capable of making it happen. So I don't see this as an opportunity personally for design review consultant.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I agree with those comments. I think that this designer architect seems to be very capable and talented. And with these additional comments based on the story pole, on story poles available on display and available to the neighborhood, that this architect designer could probably take a run at it on his own. So I agree with that.
Commissioner Sargent,
Unmuting. And I would agree with the other commissioners on the capability of the applicant. So I move we continue the project.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Sargent, second by Commissioner Taronis. Ruben, do you want to do roll call?
yes. Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus,
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Taronis.
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Chair Camarado.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0-0-0.
Thank you, everyone. And this is non-appealable, correct, Ruben?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, so moving to agenda item 8B, 2 Kenmar in Burlingame. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report?
Madam Chair.
Yes, before summarizing the staff report, I did want to draw your attention to 2 items that we received after preparation of the staff report. First is an email dated April 24th from Barack and Ophelia Gunner at 2656 Summit Drive. And then we also received an email from Tim Radines, the applicant and designer for the project, dated April 27th, 2020. This is an application for design review and hillside area construction permit for a first and second story addition to an existing single family dwelling at 2 Kenmar Way, zone R1. The applicant is proposing an addition on the main floor and a new lower floor along the right side and rear of the house, which would increase the total floor area to 4,796 square feet, where 5,617 square feet is the maximum allowed. With this application, the number of bedrooms will increase from 4 to 5. 3 off-street parking spaces, 2 of which must be covered, are required for this project. The existing garage provides 2 spaces, and there is an uncovered space provided in the driveway. At the Planning Commission Design Review Study meeting on September 10th of 2018, the commission directed the applicant to revisit the window details and lining up of windows, and also requested that the neighbor provide a letter specifically addressing the story poles. The applicant submitted a response letter dated February 27th and revised plans date stamped March 11th to address your comments and concerns. I would point out that story poles were installed for review by the neighbor. The neighbor submitted an email dated March 12th, 2020, noting that she is in agreement with the revised project as depicted by the story poles. And you should all have a copy of that as an attachment to your staff report. Suggested findings for design review and hillside area construction permit are found on page 3 of your staff report. That concludes my staff report. And if you have any questions for staff, I'd be happy to take those.
So does anyone have any questions for staff?
Commissioner Taronis?
Yeah, not a question. Sorry. I just wanted to chime in and note for the record that I met with the applicant just so that I could access the rear yard and view the story poles.
Okay, I see no other questions for staff. Is the applicant Tim Radines available? Okay, Tim, can you hear us? I think Megan has to let him in.
He's unmuted.
Okay. Tim, are you there? Tim, are you there?
Hi, Ruben. Yes. Hi.
Okay, there
How are
you
you?
Good.
I am safe in Park City right now. So, all right. Kind of getting just a little synopsis. It has been a long kind of journey for the owners. The neighbor, Karen, to the south, Eric and Serena had a really good relationship with her. We've kind of gone through a lot of steps, and that's why it's taken so long of kind of pushing back our addition the whole time. We finally got a good solution that Karen and Eric and Serena really, both like, and it's a compromise. We lost a whole kind of a bedroom office wing in reducing the scope, but it was really the only way to get the project approved. So I think most of the details have kind of stayed true to kind of what we had envisioned. I did make some of the changes on the windows, and also I'd like to just kind of key in on the letter that we received, or Ruben had received on Friday. I think I also addressed it or responded to it in a formal fashion. We have been in contact with them, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that the noise and dust is reduced. The issues that the neighbors have about the drainage, we're just as concerned about the water, since we are putting the basement in. So, we're right on par with their concerns, and we're going to do the best we can and work with the neighbors, which we have done the whole process. I believe most of the neighborhood is kind of in approval of the project, and I look forward to any of your questions. Thanks.
Do we have any questions for the applicant?
I see none.
Okay. So I will close it. And do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
I see no chats, and there have been no public comments submitted to the email.
Okay, I'll close public hearing. Commissioners, any comments?
Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate the changes in visiting with the neighbor, in visiting with the applicant to view the story poles. It was very clear that they've gone through a fairly detailed, both iterative and cooperative process with the neighbors. And I think it has led to a solution that seems to fit nicely into that rear yard area. So I think that the project at this point is approvable and should move forward.
Commissioner Sargent.
Can't hear you.
Commissioner Sargent.
Unmute.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to unmute, but
Me
yeah.
too.
So I just wanted to note for the record that I wasn't here for the study session, but I did watch the video. I do like the changes. That I think it's an approvable project, and I move we approve it with the conditions in the staff report.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Torona, second by Commissioner Sargent. All those.
Oh, sorry. A motion by Commissioner Sargent, and we don't have a second at Commissioner.
I'll second. I'll second. Okay.
Third.
So Commissioner, motion from Commissioner Sargent, second by Commissioner Say. All those in favor.
Sorry. Commissioner Gall.
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus,
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Torrones, Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Chair Camerado.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0-0-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So any action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,045, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. Okay. I will be recusing from the next item, which is agenda item 8C, 1336 Drake.
And I believe that was for statutory reasons because you have a financial interest or?
That's correct.
Okay. So given the way that the Zoom call works, Commissioner Camerado will stay on the call. She doesn't need to log off, but she will not be participating in the discussion on this item.
Commissioner Audrey, I apologize. I did not let you know that we will be transferring this over, but if you can go ahead and monitor this discussion, and we'll do our best to help you out.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I don't have my little cheat sheet with me. So has any commissioners, have all commissioners visited the site? And have there been any other contact that we need to be aware of?
I see now.
Okay, so then I'd like to I'd like to have the applicant come and make a presentation.
Before we do that, we'll have staff summarize the staff report.
Oh, sorry, we didn't even do that yet. I apologize.
That's okay. We'll take questions from staff after that, and then we'll open it up for the applicant. So Amalia will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you.
This application, can you hear me?
Yes.
This application is for design review for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and detached garage. The applicant is proposing to demolish an existing 1-story single-family dwelling and to build a new 2-story single-family dwelling with a detached garage. The proposed floor area is 3,416 square feet, which is the maximum allowed. The new single-family dwelling will contain 4 bedrooms and meets parking regulations. If there are any questions of staff, I'm available for them.
Do commissioners have any questions of staff? I see no questions of staff. The applicant is Tim Radines. Tim, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Tim, if you want to add anything to the project.
Perfect. Yes, you know, this is a kind of a redesign of the exterior from our last submittals. Basically, we were staying with the more traditional style, shingle style home, and I think it fits nicely. We did a very simple 3D showing how it kind of neatly tucks in between the other kind of massing of the neighbors. It's a very simple, a simple design, and I'm open for any of your comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, hi, Tim. So I appreciate the changes in the design, but as usual, you pretty much filled the page. I'm looking at the larger expanses of the roof, and I'm wondering if maybe some of that might be softened up by some knee braces. You've got some at the front, but then, you know, at either side of the window, but then that kind of tapers off after that. So I'm wondering if maybe you might want to look at adding a little bit of gingerbread on some of the eave details.
On the eave details, yeah, I mean, we're doing an exposed eave detail.
Yeah, and that's why I think that some knee braces might help, and that's sort of a constant in the neighborhood with some of the other designs.
Yeah, we can, you know, if that's kind of a, you know, part of the approval process, we can definitely add that as a side note when we submit. I'm all for that.
Okay. The only other comment I had was on the front porch, you've got the one column on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side, it's a half column. It looks a little out of balance.
We could
Is there a way to-
probably do a full column there.
Yeah, I think it would look better.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's the only comments that I had on it. Otherwise, looks good.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Torrones?
Yes, thank you. Tim, my only question is just a minor detail because I'm just a little concerned that it may become another element. The curved elements that you have in the design, I don't see it. What's that material going to be?
It's going to be shingles, and
Okay.
we've done this before with Greg,
Just
who's
continue
the
to
contractor.
that area. Okay, kind of a Berkeley style. Okay.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
great.
It's a small detail that I think will, you know, kind of set it apart from
Okay.
not looking like a brand new house.
Yeah, I was just concerned that, you know, you start to introduce some sheet metal or something in there, but I think that the shingles are great. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments, commissioners? I have a couple of questions, Tim.
Yes.
And I apologize if you might have stated this earlier, but I just wanted to see if you had a chance to address the trees and the fence with the neighbors, as well as the window alignment with the neighbor, I believe, to the right.
Greg and myself have been in email conversations with the neighbor about the trees, and then also we had emailed him the updated 3D and the plans, and I don't believe he has had any objections as of yet. Yes.
Great. Would you mind following up on those few items with the neighbors just to ensure you have their support?
Sure, I can do that for sure.
Thank you. All right, so if no other commissioners have any questions or comments, we will open to the public. Ruben, do you see anybody who would like to speak?
There are no chats and there are no emails, public comments, and I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, in that case,
Wait.
then,
The city clerk mentions that there is one coming, so if we can just hold on for a second.
It's from Ray Krug. I think he's going to ask his question out loud. There you go.
Hi, this is Ray Kruk. So I'm the neighbor to the right that you just referred to. So Tim, I haven't received the updated plans. These plans are sort of new, so I joined today to see them. So I look forward to getting them and then seeing how the window alignment works along the property line. But in general, they've been very good to work with. So I'll reserve comment to see them in further.
Ray, I'll resend you the 3D and the full plans. And we did talk about the trees, correct, with Greg?
I believe so. Yep. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
wonderful, thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
I see none.
Okay, in that case, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Torrones?
Thank you. I really appreciate the changes. I actually like the design better than the gambrel roof that we had before. I think the comment from Commissioner Gall, comments, excuse me, are good ones. just in terms of adding some additional knee brace detailing at those eave corners. I think that would add a little bit to the scale. Other than that, I think that the project is approvable and should move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Gall? Commissioner Gall?
There you go. Sorry. I just want to say that the project to me, it seems very tall, but I think it's in context with the neighborhood. The houses on either side appear that they are also at the maximum height. And usually I don't like it when you get to the maximum height and you've got some lower roofs in the same area, but I think this works in that location. But with those additional trim items, I think that this project should move forward.
Commissioner Schmidt?
I agree that with the other commissioners, I think that the change to the new design looks great, a big improvement, and I agree with their comments.
Commissioner Loftus?
I agree with my fellow commissioners, and I move that we approve the project.
I second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Loftus, seconded by Commissioner Sargent. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion?
Oh, I need to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Gall.
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus.
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Torrones.
Aye.
Acting Chair Say.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes 6-0-1-0.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Read the appeal language here real quick. The action to approve this project at 1336 Drake Avenue is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's Monday, April 27th, 2020 decision. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on Thursday, May 7th, 2020, this action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee, including noticing costs of $1,045. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're gonna move to agenda item, sorry guys, 8D, application for conditional use permits to install new small cell wireless facilities. 1505 Bernal, 1480 Broadway, and 977 El Camino Real. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding the project? Let the record note that all commissioners have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report?
Commissioner Gall did have his hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I had met with the neighbor at 1512 Bernal and spoke specifically about the application for the pole across the street.
Great. Okay, before I summarize the staff report, there were many emails and letters submitted, some of which are included as attachments to your staff report, but many were also submitted after preparation of the staff report. So I'll just list those emails and letters, who submitted them, and then summarize the staff report. So this is for 1505 Bernal. We received an email dated April 27th from Heather, Rob, Charlie, and Tori Happ. Another email from Annette, Pat, Julia, and Will Doherty. 2 emails dated April 26th from Roan Ekchurin. An email submitted by James, Noreen, and Kim Go. Email submitted by Steve Lamont. This is for 1480 Broadway. Email submitted by Mary Ann Camacho. And these are emails submitted for all three, pertaining to all three sites. We have one from Danielle Reynolds and Danielle Wheel, and an email submitted by collectively Eve Saltman, Allison Powell, Greg Powell, Dan Sue, Christina Lee, and Andrea Hutchinson. I also wanted to note that I received a voicemail in opposition of the site at 1505 Burnell Avenue from Susan Houston. I'll summarize the staff report. This application for conditional use permits to install new small cell wireless facilities on an existing wood utility poles located within the right-of-way adjacent to 1505 Burnell Avenue, 1480 Broadway, 27 El Camino Real. These applications consist of installing a cylindrical antenna and extension on top of an existing utility pole and associated equipment mounted on the side of the utility pole. Two locations, 1800 Hillside Drive and 701 Winchester Drive, were approved unanimously on appeal by the City Council in January of 2019. The applicant is now requesting approval of these three remaining sites. Staff would note that federal law prohibits municipalities from considering radio frequency emissions as a basis for denying or regulating wireless facilities if, as in the cases here, the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed wireless facilities comply with the FCC's radio frequency emission regulations. The Planning Commission is therefore limited to reviewing and discussing the proposed design and location of the wireless facilities and making findings based on the requirements in the ordinance and within the constraints of federal and state law governing the regulation of telecommunication facilities. The proposed design for these locations is consistent with the design of the two locations approved by the City Council in January of 2018. The final design was based on AT&T's response to concerns expressed by the City Council and members of the public and should serve as a guide for reviewing the proposed application. At the action meeting on December 9th, 2019, the Planning Commission continued the application with the direction for the applicant to provide alternative designs. The Commission also requested that the applicant provide information regarding the necessity to close significant gaps in coverage. The applicant submitted a response letter dated March 31st and several attachments to address your concerns. The applicant will be providing a summary of their responses this evening. Suggested findings for the conditional use permits are also found in your staff report. There were some emails submitted after 5 p.m. today, so I will read those into the record under the public comment period. And City Attorney Kane, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to my staff report.
Thanks, Ruben. Yes, just briefly, first of all, to note that the emails that were submitted both prior to the staff report being prepared and then between the staff report and 5 p.m. today are part of the administrative record on this item and will be preserved as such. And they've been circulated and considered by the commissioners as they move forward. There are a couple of issues surrounding these items that the public may not be completely aware of if they're new to these items. One is to reiterate, as Ruben said, under federal law, the commission is prohibited from considering radio frequencies provided that these submissions meet FCC requirements. And in these cases, the city has retained an outside consultant to verify those representations. And that was done successfully. So the issue of radio emissions, while it may be one of general interest, is not one that the commission can consider tonight for these applications. Similarly, as a general matter, cities are prohibited from regulating installation of wireless infrastructure in a way that effectively would ban it from the city, and we cannot apply aesthetic standards to it that we don't apply to other things that are being put in the public right of way, including various power structures and so on. And finally, there's the question about whether the city is working, excuse me, on a master plan for wireless infrastructure. It is part of the city's work plan to look at preferences for both aesthetic and locational for the build out for infrastructure as it occurs. Wireless companies do have the right under state and federal law to place antennas in the public right of way on utility poles. And the city's ability to regulate that is relatively constrained, but we do have an interest in aesthetics and making sure that any particular locations that would cause significant problems are ones that are addressed. So that is something that the city is continuing to work on. We're anticipating a revised wireless ordinance this year. The timing of the public health emergency has altered that somewhat, but it will be coming forward. Finally, there are occasionally questions about undergrounding of existing power infrastructure. Obviously, if the poles on which these antennas are located are themselves become undergrounded, then alternatives would have to be identified, including single-use poles or possibly integrating wireless infrastructure into city light poles and what are sometimes called smart poles, where you can have various kinds of electronic infrastructure located within the diameter of a larger diameter of a single pole that can accommodate things like a street light as well as wireless infrastructure, possibly Wi-Fi. Different cities have taken different approaches to that. So as we look at undergrounding facilities, eventually that's the sort of preference that the city will be working on as part of its long-term master planning. I believe those were the issues that had come up before, and Ruben and I are obviously available for any questions that the commission may have prior to going to the applicant.
Thank you. So do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff at this time? Okay, I don't think I see any hands up. Hold on, okay. Great. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Before we do that, we need to let the applicant
Yes.
speak and represent the application.
Is the applicant here and would they like to speak on this item?
Yeah, the applicant would be Talene Agazarian. I believe the city clerk. Okay, Talene, can you hear us?
I can.
Great. And Megan, if you can go ahead and put up the slide presentation for these applications, please. So we'll get that up shortly, Talene.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ruben, and thank you, commissioners, for your time. My name is Talene Agazarian. I work for Modus, and I'm here tonight on behalf of AT&T. With me is also Ellen Kamei. She is with AT&T External Affairs, and Bill Hammett of Hammett and Edison, the firm that prepared the radio frequency reports for all three of these small cell facilities, and are also available for questions that you may have. So I think in order just to keep this flowing and moving, I'd like to briefly introduce all three cell sites since you've seen them before. And then I would like to focus on the topics that were requested from the last hearing. And we'll be going through that in my slide presentation. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a timeline, just for context, when we filed the applications and to where we are now, just so you can kind of see the timeline of that. Next slide. So this is our first location at 1505 Bernal Avenue. As Ruben mentioned, we are proposing a single antenna on top of the existing utility pole with the associated equipment lower on the pole that will be mostly enclosed by a single shroud. Next slide. This is the alternative analysis, site analysis that we did for this location. We did evaluate 11 other candidates in the area and deemed that our subject location was least intrusive and viable. Next slide, please. This is our next proposal at 1480 Broadway. It has the same design as the previous cell site, single antenna and the associated equipment lower on the pole enclosed in a single shroud. Next slide. And this is the alternative site analysis that we also prepared for this location. We did look at 11 other candidates. This location also included looking onto private property, and all those locations were confirmed unavailable. But other disqualifications included just did not meet PG&E's General Order 95 requirements. They either did not meet the network engineer's needs, and other uses were more intrusive than the proposed location. Next slide, please. And finally, this is the last location at 977 El Camino Real. Again, same design. And this is the alternative site analysis that was prepared for this location. Again, 11 other candidates were looked at, and similar reasons as to why other sites were not chosen. Next slide, please. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time on this slide. I know one of the comments that were brought up at the last hearing was whether or not we sort of did our due diligence in terms of providing what we felt was the best design possible for these small cells. And I think this slide really helps demonstrate just that. You can see the difference of what we submitted in 2017 and to where this design has evolved into. And in doing so, we were able to remove some of the equipment. We found different equipment that provided a sleeker design. We added a custom shroud that pretty much covers most of the equipment. And we received an exception from a national level to remove fans that would not produce any sort of noise. This took time, effort, and coordination with staff and our team and PG&E. And with this collaborative effort, we feel this is the best and least intrusive design. This was also presented to City Council and approved in January of 2019. And in fact, one of the approved location is under construction right now. And so I do hope you've had a chance to take a look at it. It's not complete, but it is, the equipment has been installed and the shroud has been placed. Next slide, please. However, the request was to look at different alternatives that we could provide. So what I will be doing is showing you the different alternatives, and I will only be showing one location, but it will apply to all three sites. This is the first alternative, which is just a variation from the previous design. So instead of having a full single shroud, this just breaks it up, where we will have two shrouds that do cover the same amount of equipment. This was also introduced and presented to City Council, and it was also an approved design. Next slide, please. The second alternative is a new steel pole that would be proposed within the right-of-way. This shows the single antenna that would be enclosed in a shroud with the equipment placed at the base of the pole. And so in order to do this, the power would be taken from a separate power pedestal. Next slide, please. This is just a variation of the previous slide where the equipment is just located on the pole and not at the base of the pole, but it would have the two radio units and the power pedestal. Next slide. So this was the second request that was presented at the last commission meeting, was to explain just a little bit more about the necessity of these three small cell facilities. So what we did was put this map together, which is just an aerial view of a large area of Burlingame, which shows you the existing macro facility and what it covers, what it services. So the blue peg represents an existing AT&T facility, macro facility, that is located along Broadway, north of the Caltrain tracks. The green borderline represents the approximate service area for the southwest sector of the macro facility. And typically a macro has 3 sectors, and a sector is essentially a group of antennas. And so as you can see, the service area for this macro sector covers a very large geographic area, including much of Burlingame, all the way south towards Hillsborough. The 3 green pegs represent the 3 proposed small cell locations before you tonight. Next slide. So in this slide, I just provided additional detail points that help sort of explain the service issue that is currently we're dealing with here. And I think just some general information that since the introduction of the iPhone, mobile data usage has increased exponentially. More than 75% of California households rely exclusively on wireless phones. And in order to meet customer demands now and in the future, AT&T needs to improve the wireless service from the sector, from this particular sector of this macro facility that is located on Broadway. The problem is that this macro sector is constrained and experiencing capacity restraints due to high data usage in certain areas, poor signal quality, and mobile traffic. And as I mentioned before, it does serve a very large geographic area that includes residential neighborhoods, businesses along busy streets such as El Camino Real and Broadway. And according to Caltrans, 21,000 cars travel along El Camino Real every day. It also services schools, fire station, and parks. The city's outside consultant CTC assessed AT&T's need in part of this area based on data they collected one afternoon in January of 2019. And even then, CTC acknowledged AT&T's capacity problems. In the 15 months since CTC collected its data, AT&T has seen significant increases in mobile traffic on this constrained macro sector. And AT&T expects this trend in demand on this macro sector to continue. The 3 proposed small cells are strategically placed, they are well designed and well positioned, and they will help divert significant traffic off the affected macro sector and will alleviate capacity issues and will overall benefit the better service from the macro site after these proposed small cells are on air. Next slide. In closing, I'd like to thank you all for your time. And I would also like to thank staff in particular for really working with us through years now that we've been working on these. I think we have worked diligently and collaboratively to ensure that we are improving the wireless service for this area by the least intrusive means. And we seek your approval tonight and are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Torrones?
Yeah, thank you. Just one quick one. You presented 3 design alternatives. Are we considering those design alternatives or what's submitted before us in the packets?
We presented those design alternatives because we were asked to present alternatives. However, we don't feel any other design is the least intrusive design. We feel the design with the long shroud is the least intrusive, but we did want to show you other design alternatives.
Okay, understood.
Commissioner Loftus?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just want to confirm that the long shroud, single shroud that you said is under construction now is not operational is the one on Hillside?
Correct.
Correct.
That is correct.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sargent? You'll need to unmute yourself, Commissioner Sargent.
You think I'd learn, but so this is probably just asking the same question Commissioner Loftus just asked, but so the design you're proposing for these has already been approved by City Council for the Hillside site and for I think it was Winchester as well.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I see no other questions from the Planning Commission.
All right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
So before we go to the public, I would like to summarize or at least list all the emails, correspondence that we received for these projects that are included in the staff report. So for 1505 Bernal Avenue, we received correspondence with regards to concerns about the project from Marcia Lee, Belinda Ma, Monica Ellers, Barry Ellers, Linda Wheel, the Maldonados, Thomas Hornblower, and in support of the project, Greg Sheehan. 1480 Broadway, correspondence of concern from Jennifer Pfaff and Marcia Lee. And for 977 El Camino Real, correspondence of concern from Marcia Lee, Demetria Letzos, and Jennifer Pfaff. And I would also like to read into the record one email that we received today at 7:40. This is from Frank and Bridget Doman. My family and I are strongly opposed to the wireless facility proposed at 1505 Bernal. We are longtime residents of Burlingame, born and raised here. Please note, we are strongly opposed to the plan of individual cellular companies, Crown Castle, and others competing for new and proposed sites. The technology is new and first generation growth model. It is clear that each company would like to build out and build up as quickly as possible to be the first to have 5G service available on a wide scale at any cost, including aesthetics and without concern for safety. Without a grand scheme and plan on how this would look, we should not allow piecemeal planning for such a large and growing project. Burlingame does not need to be the first city to see how ugly, how dense, and how toxic and cancerous these cell antennas will be. From a business and profiteering standpoint, it makes sense for the cellular carriers to start with 1 or 3 requests for installation. Then, as Burlingame accommodates these ugly antenna and poles, to add a few more until the city is littered with these poles. It is no secret that each company will be petitioning for 1,000 of towers. This is unsightly and very short-sighted. Let's have the companies come to the table with a smarter picture and plan. The first cell phones were carried in backpacks. They were so large and heavy. These cell towers are the Model T, the 8-track, and VHS cassettes of yesteryear. Please request that a better version is configured. We know that safety is completely disregarded, but health studies done by scientists not funded by the wireless carriers are also necessary. Most work is published from base of pole, not where antenna is located. Second-story bedroom window level heights. Europe is way ahead of us in this respect. Thank you. We also have a request to speak from Richard Chen.
Yes, well, thank you, committee, for hearing our concerns about the proposed new cell tower. I agree a lot with the prior complaint. This is Rich Chen and Amy Gao. We live at 1506 Vancouver Avenue. We live in close proximity to the proposed new cell tower. I agree that, you know, the concerns are many. Aesthetics is certainly one of them, but we want to reiterate that we are concerned about the radio frequency radiation. I know this is something you are not allowed to consider, but for the record, we'd like to admit our opposition to this. I think our concern is that this will result in constant long-term exposure of adults and children living nearby to higher than normal RFR levels. Neither of us are experts in this area, but we've been doing some reading on the risks. We are particularly concerned as parents of 2 kids. And what concerns about us most is about how much is not known about the exposure risk, and the exposure guidelines have been set very loosely without significant evidence as far as we can tell. And what's really disturbing is that there doesn't seem to be an overall consensus reached about the overall risk for RFR exposure over the long term. And I think that's the key here, is that because this is being put in a residential area very close to people living nearby and kids, the long-term exposure is what we're really concerned about. On the one hand, the NCI says there are no consistent evidence that this increases cancer risk, but on the other hand, the WHO, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, has classified RFR fields as possibly carcinogenic. The National Toxicology Program has concluded there is clear evidence that there are animals exposed to high levels of RFR, like those used in cell phones, have developed cancerous lesions. There are lots of studies that that suggest that RFR exposure may increase neuropsychiatric problems as well. I think that what is particularly concerning to us is the people living on the second floor of nearby houses where the exposure is going to be higher. And that is a finding that is consistent with the Hammett and Edison consultant hired by AT&T to evaluate exposure. That they certainly state that on the ground, the maximum exposure is 1% of the public exposure limit, quote unquote. But they also say that the maximum calculated value at the second floor of any nearby building is 2.4% of the public exposure limit. And to us, it's 2.4 times more. That's where we are living and sleeping on the second floor of our houses more than 8 to 12 hours every day of every year. Over 10 years, that's 35,000 hours of exposure. And so that's 2.4% too high, given how little we really understand about the health effects from long-term exposure. And none of us wants to be guinea pigs for this. And for what? Slightly better cell phone service. We actually had an AT&T service and had reception in our house, which is going to be 30 meters away from the cell phone tower. So given that there is adequate service in this area, we feel like it's not worth the possible risk to us, our kids, our neighbors. And so, we just would like to state this for the record. I guess the practical, I know we can't oppose this completely just based on RFR, but what I'd ask is the design of what's being put or proposed minimizing the RFR exposure as much as possible? So for example, this may not be aesthetically pleasing, but can it be put higher? Because our understanding is that the closer you are to the level of the actual radio frequency tower itself, radio RFR sort of tower, meaning elevation wise, the closer you are to it, the more exposure you get. And that's partly what they found in this study as well. So, can it be put higher so that the people on the ground and on the second floor of the houses nearby have lower exposure? Can it be put somewhere away from people? Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I am going to just have to ask you to just kind of finish up.
Okay.
We have a time limit of 2 minutes. And
okay. So the two questions I have are, can the design be optimized to reduce the exposure further than it has by putting it higher up, or can it be put in a different location away from houses?
Thank you.
We did receive a comment regarding 1505 Bernal. I believe I mentioned this email at the beginning, but just to state that there is opposition to 1505 Bernal from Roan Akiran, I believe, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Thank you. Let me check public comments. Okay, I do have one from Holly and John Rafferty. We live at 1408 Bernal Avenue and are opposed to the cell tower at 1505 Bernal Avenue. We are concerned about the aesthetic, safety, and health problems associated with these towers. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other comments from the public. Ann Doherty.
Hi. Yes, I do have some comments. I am very concerned that this is truly first generation 5G. And I know we're not supposed to talk about the health complaints, so I won't, but I do believe that it's very significant and serious. However, can you please comment on the fact that the cell companies are all going to be competing, and there's like I saw your macro map, but I want to know, at the last meeting in December, they were talking about each cell company putting up to 1,000 or more antenna, because the area they covered was 700 to 1,000 feet, depending on trees and buildings and other structures. So can you explain how that would look in Burlingame if we have 1,000 or so per cell company? Because that seems pretty littered with a lot of stuff in the air that we don't know the health risk for, but it's also going to be pretty darn ugly.
Thank you, Doherty. We'll have the applicant address these comments at the end. Do we have Andrea Hutchison available to speak?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, go ahead.
Great, thank you for your time. I am speaking on behalf of all, in opposition to all the locations. I'm particularly interested in 1480 Broadway only because 1505 I'm very opposed to as well, but I think you've heard a lot of residents speak on that already. With regard to 1480, that is right near a high density of people. And so we share all the concerns that our friends and neighbors have expressed, and want to reiterate that as well, since we are not as well represented here. I did send an email earlier on behalf of 6 other people who live, we're part of the Lincoln School District and we live near Broadway, but we are concerned with all the sites. We have kids who go to school near 1505. We ourselves sleep at Broadway. I'd like to not repeat what's already been said, but build upon that. What I find somewhat concerning here is that there seems to be a lack of knowledge, understanding, confusion, and a failure of process where lots of people want more information. We're not talking health, but the fact that there's a debate at all means that we should be advocating for more transparency and not less. I appreciate that this has been a collaboration between AT&T for years and the commission, but why, if it's been for years, why not wait just a little longer so that more people can be informed? I haven't seen any notices in the mail or on Nextdoor, any forms of social media. I appreciate that there's a process that I'm only learning about today where agenda items are posted. However, there's a circularity problem where you have to know of a problem in order to go looking for it. So there's a whole swath of people who would be highly interested in learning more, yet have no knowledge of this. I love our planning commission's process right now of sending a cute little blue postcard whenever one of my neighbors wants to build the 2nd floor. That's fantastic. If we have that system in place, we can at least use something like that to let our neighbors, our business folk, and small business owners know of what's happening. There is transparency where if there is no concern for health or aesthetics, we would not be harmed in facilitating the sharing of information and the full voicing of people who would be impacted in actuality or either in perception by the constructions of the 3 additional sites. 1480 Broadway has the additional concern that we suffer no coverage concerns at all. I've lived here for 8 years. I wrote on behalf of people who've been here for over a decade. We have no failure of cell phone reception, and we still oppose any further construction of new technology. Technology can always improve. And so to stand on the shoulders of saying, well, we already have something in place, let's implement something else just because it's there, that just leads to a snowballing effect where we are all suffering from just maybe misinformation or misunderstanding or a rushed process that could have been aired more fully in years past. And so I do think that we can pause. This is particularly a time where we should be hunkering down, focusing on health and our families and our jobs, keeping our jobs, educating our kids, making sure our kids don't die. I mean, because they're launching themselves off of things because nobody's watching them. They're not in school. To have something
Ms. Hutchinson, if you can wrap up your comments. Sorry, we're running out of time for each speaker. Thank you.
Sure thing. But to have something as impactful or controversial sort of slide through without the full airing is problematic, because this is a time where people have so little effort, energy, and resources to educate themselves. And I feel like if it has been a long process, why not wait longer and let people speak and let people educate themselves?
Thank you.
I have more that's in my email, but I'll stand for now since others want to speak.
Great. Okay, thank you. Danielle Reynolds.
Hello,
Hi there. Go ahead.
hear me? Hi.
Yes.
A few quick notes. I live at 1413 Bernal, so I'm speaking mostly about the 1505 Bernal. The first is I was at the December commission meeting, and at that meeting, we discussed the lack of information in terms of data. So I have AT&T and I don't have a lack of coverage, and I'm very close to the site. So I think at the end of the meeting, AT&T said they'd provide more information as to lack of data. From what I'm looking at, I have the one exhibit they provided. It has a green area for excellent data service, a yellow area for acceptable, and pink for poor. It also marks high wireless traffic areas with blue dots. When I look at that, a large portion is pink. All of Easton Addition, bunch of Hillsborough, pink. So when you look at the 3 proposed sites and you look at how much pink is out there, why, if they have this information, are they not telling us the other locations they intend to put these small cell sites? Why is there an absence of that? It doesn't make sense if they're telling us they have these data points and this is the reason we need these. Why only give us 3? So that's my first question. My next is, from reading the report, it was saying that the need for these is in part due to high wireless traffic areas, which are the blue dots. Specifically speaking to the 1505 site, if you look, it's really lacking in a bunch of blue dots. I see blue dots in a lot of other areas, not around the 1505. So why is it this 1505 site? It's right next to the school, both schools, as we've already discussed.
Danielle, this is Sandy Camarado. Sorry, but we do need you to kind of wrap it up so we can move on to the
No
next.
problem.
Thank you.
Sure. So I guess in closing, I don't understand why they can't be providing us with a more comprehensive plan in terms of where these others are coming. Why can't they work with the other wireless companies and give Burlingame a chance to understand what is really coming our way? Obviously, we know why they're doing it. Why can't we as residents and you as our planning commission have a stronger, firmer position on asking them to come together to provide us with what it's ultimately going to look like? And I'll wrap up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, just from a staff's perspective, I did want to provide a clarification on the noticing. Do notice all residents, or all tenants and property owners within 300 feet of each of these sites. We had public hearing notices sent out for this meeting. So just wanted to provide that clarification. Let's see, next speaker, Jay Graz. Is Jay Graz available?
And I'll keep this brief, but I've been a resident of Burlingame for 39 years. I have 2 small children, and I just wanted to state how strongly opposed I am to all 3 locations, especially 1505 Bernal. I have excellent cell service. I don't see the need of this, and I think the risks involved far outweigh getting a slightly faster cell service, but very strongly opposed.
Great, thank you. Is Michael Wheel available? Michael Wheel?
Hi, yeah, sorry, it's I'm on my husband's account. It's Danielle Lyle.
Great, okay.
I sent an email and I just wanted to add my voice to the meeting, and what I actually am noticing, and I hope the city council takes notice of, and the planning commission, is actually how many more people are at this meeting and voicing their concerns in regards to aesthetics and health concerns. Although I know we can't address the health concerns. There is a substantial increase in the number of participants in this meeting, in my perception, from our December meeting. And I think this is in part due because we've had 2 notices go out. So we've had additional time for people to pay attention to these factors. And I suspect that should you do a community-wide notice of what's going on in regards to how many sites are planned, and if the cell companies actually gave us their planned thing, you would find even more voices raising concerns and opposition. And I truly believe that, you know, so few people have noticed about this because, you know, it comes through a mail that most of us, let's be honest, throw out our mail and don't pay much attention to it. And so the few that's come out in the mail that have put a few notices on Nextdoor and, you know, and brought other conversations has brought a substantial increase in the opposition. With very limited, I'm not seeing proponents of this. And so I think the city council and the city planning would be doing a disservice to our community to ignore these voices in this moment. And I definitely agree with all the conversations that have been had in saying that the cell companies know where they want these. We are not getting the information about the need. I agree. I live at 1463 Vancouver. I am right near the 1505 Bernal. I do not need any better service. I'm quite comfortable. I am talking to you on Zoom right now with my cell service and my internet. I am not having any problems with it, and I do not see the need, and they have not demonstrated the additional need in any way, shape, or form. And especially in this pandemic, I am working from home, and I am on Zoom, and my husband is on Zoom, and we are in this location that supposedly has a greater need, and that it's not demonstrated to me in any way. And I think a lot of other people at this meeting are saying the exact same thing. So at this point, we do not have a demonstrated need. We have companies that are telling us that there is, but the people in this community are not agreeing with it. So I think it's important that we as a city and a community come together and ask for the citywide plan from the cell and telecom companies, and that the city wait, be prudent, and appropriately engage in a rollout that will be aesthetically pleasing to our community and will allow for greater understanding of what we are looking at.
Ms. Wheel, that's your time. Thank you. Let's see, let me check I don't see any other emails coming through. I don't see any other chats coming through. Okay, great. If we can give the applicant a time to respond to some of those questions that have come up. Talene, are you available?
Yes, am I on? I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I tried to take as many notes as I could, so I apologize if I didn't capture everything. I did want to address Richard Chen's question on whether or not we could be located further away and if we could go taller. Going further away, we did do a thorough alternative site analysis where we did evaluate other candidates in the area, and we found that the subject pole that we are going on is the most viable location and the least intrusive. So that, and then going higher would not be optimal for being able to service the area. Going too high then doesn't allow for the signal to get down onto the street level when you go too high, because these are low powered facilities. And then also the next question was talking about just the number of antennas that are going to be coming into Burlingame. Certainly cannot speak on the volume of other carriers. I will tell you that for our applications, we go through this process, and we have been going through this process. We've had 2 approved. We have these 3, and then we have a total of 13 additional sites, 9 of which are on proposed to be on city assets, which we currently do not have an agreement with. So, and then the additional 4 are other utility poles that we just have not vetted or submitted applications for yet. So that is the foreseeable future. I cannot respond to anything beyond that, since that is the amount of sites that we have for now. And I think I would also address some of the questions in terms of the necessity and the capacity. So talking to that map that I think Danielle Reynolds brought up, right now we are looking at these 3 locations, and that is to help offload this one particular sector of this macro facility where I showed that service area. These 3 small cells are actually very well positioned because the site on Bernal currently has a low signal quality, so it helps that. And then the 2 other locations are in high traffic areas, which will help with the capacity offload. And then we'll continue to provide additional service down to the pink areas. So it's both alleviating the capacity. So it's not so much, you know, you have service, there's a traffic of just a congestion on this sector. And so having these small cells, it helps offload that congestion and capacity. And so that's really what these small cells are helping with. I think those were the main concerns. I don't know, Bill Hammett, if you're available and want to address some of the health questions that were brought up. I know it's made clear that per the FCC, you know, certain requirements, and we have submitted the reports that show that all 3 sites are well below the levels. But if Bill, you want to just address anything that I may have missed as well.
Sure, I'm happy to. My name is Bill Hammett, born and raised in Burlingame. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I manage a firm of 20. We're located now up in Sonoma County. A regular part of our practice is the calculation and the measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. I've been an expert in this field for 35 years. McGraw-Hill has published my book, and we've evaluated over 20,000 sites during that time. As engineers, our job is really straightforward. What are the exposure levels? How do they compare to the standards? And we're hired by carriers, we're hired by cities, we're hired by landlords, just dealing, what are the numbers and how do they compare to the standard? Our reports are a matter of record, one for each of these 3 sites. Your staff mentioned them, and CTC in its evaluation also concurred with our findings that indeed these sites will comply with the federal standard. As your city attorney, Kathleen Kane, mentioned, that is the threshold condition. If it meets those federal standards, then you're preempted by federal law from considering health impacts so long as they do comply, and of course they do comply. So that's why that issue is an important one, just to meet that threshold condition. A word about 5G. A number of commenters commented about 5G. What they're talking about is the millimeter wave, new frequency bands that the government has opened up for high capacity straight line data use. None of these 3 facilities is a millimeter wave site. 5G is not coming in that fashion through these antennas. In fact, these antennas are using 4G frequencies that are in active use today and physically can't accommodate due to the frequency difference. So as staff noted in the staff report, they would have to come back to the city at some time if they wanted to add or change to the millimeter wave frequencies. That's just not on the table in any of these applications, and it's a misstatement to think that that's what this is about. I will note that the conditions of approval require measurement of the exposure levels within 45 days of commencement and every 5 years thereafter. So you're going to have a good record of the state of compliance of these facilities with the standards. Somebody commented that the standards that this is first generation, or that the standards are not based on much information. In fact, the standards have been around for decades. And the studies, thousands of studies go into the standard setting bodies when they look at what the science shows and adopts a standard. We're fortunate that last year, the IEEE just adopted a new standard. The FCC has updated its standard. The ICNIRP, the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, and I'll be brief and wrap up here in a moment. They also have updated their standards. So we have really current good standards to work from. The FCC has not tightened its standards because the science continues to show that the standards are fully protective of human health. I'm happy to address any specific questions you might have about this, but it's pretty settled science that these low-level, low-power facilities are just not an issue.
Thank you. So I'm going to close public hearing unless there's any other person from the public that'd like to make a comment. Ruben?
I'm seeing no others coming in at the moment.
Great. Okay. Close public hearing.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ann Doherty just raised her hand, but I believe she spoke earlier, if you can make it brief, Ann?
It's Annette. Yeah, I have a
Annette.
quick. So I'm just wondering if the FCC has certain rules, and what I read was that RFF radiation wasn't changed since 1996. And yes, it's still because we test for different radiation here in the US versus what's tested in Europe. So they don't look at temperature, they look at other things, I believe. So so I just wanted to point out, we do study different things. So like if you look at a bee sting, you can look at the swelling, but you can also look at the toxins that are released in your system and things like that. In the United States, we only choose to look at certain things when we look at radio frequency because it's more profitable to ignore it. But I just want to know if the FCC has certain guidelines and people do start seeing clusters of cancer, are we going to be able to sue AT&T for the medical treatment and for loss of life? Like, is that going to be an option?
I'm not sure if city attorney can respond to that or Bill can respond to that.
I'm happy to respond to the issue of Europe versus the U.S. In fact, the standards are virtually identical in Europe and in the U.S. The scientists are looking at a worldwide set of data from thousands of studies that have been done over decades, and they're drawing the same conclusions from them. That's why the standards in the U.S. are the same as they are in Europe.
Great. Okay. I believe Andrea Hutchison would like to speak as well. Please note you're limited to 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thanks for the response. I think I would just like to add that I don't think we're all going to get on the same page about health here, clearly, but this goes to the point that we shouldn't be rushing anything through, particularly when we are sheltering in place. I know the Planning Commission, I guess I know now, but this is my first meeting, has, I guess, provided notice, is it 300 feet away from each proposed site? Well, I think at the 1480 Broadway site, that's probably doesn't get much residents at all. It probably gets businesses that are closed right now because of shelter in place. So I would just reiterate, especially for all of us who are concerned and for people who don't have the opportunity to be heard, that this is something that's not imminent. And when I heard, I think what, are there 13, 18 more sites that are being proposed? It seems like this is something a lot of people are going to be interested in, and there will be an iterative process of many people voicing similar concerns. And we all want to speak together, so maybe we should all consider the sites at once together so that you can hear them all at once. If it sounds like there's little opposition, it's because only 1, 2, 3 sites are being considered at a time, and then only notified to people who are 300 feet away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public hearing. So public hearing is now closed. Commissioners?
Commissioner Loftus has had his hand up for a long time.
Well, I did not know that. I'm sorry.
Commissioner
I did not intend to raise my hand.
Okay. Commissioner Taronis?
Well, I fully appreciate all of the public comments. I appreciate the folks coming to the meeting, so to speak. But I have to just repeat what I'm hearing for the record, and that being that state and federal law says that the wireless carriers are allowed by right to build in the public right of way. And I'm sorry to just repeat all of this, but I'm trying to convey sort of a linear process here as to where I'm personally landing. our review and our purview is fairly limited to time, place, and manner, as we've discussed. We've been reminded by the city attorney that we cannot apply a different aesthetic requirement for these installations that are before us this evening that was not applied to previous and similar applications that were allowed. We've been reviewing these applications for, Ruben, apparently 2+ years now.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Our independent consultant, at the last meeting, we asked our independent consultant to look into a few things for us. That included a review of these particular installations. And what we've seen in the staff report is that their assessment shows that these are the least obtrusive installations that they consider possible. Our independent consultant has reviewed and verified the gap in service issue that we asked them to review at the last meeting. Therefore, I can't see grounds for denial other than a nod towards the sentiment of we don't want this. And I know that sentiment may be fairly strong in a number of our citizens, but that flies in the face of what is allowed by right for this or any other applicant for that matter. I don't know of any particular mechanism under the tenets of our federal, state, local government structures to compel or demand or require that the cell companies cooperate and therefore inform us as to some master plan for all of these installation, unless there's a specific statute in that regard that we can reference and therefore require them to do so. So I appreciate the forthcoming nature of the applicant tonight in explaining what they have forthcoming. But we are not engineers. We've said it before. We as a body, as commissioners, we don't have the expertise in these particular installations. It's a little bit out of our wheelhouse in terms of what we typically review. But that said, we've asked for consulting, and that consulting, independent consulting, and that consulting has told us that these are likely the best installations possible to meet the needs of the applicant for what they've put forward for something that we are required to process. So therefore, I can't see grounds for denial of these applications.
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, when I spoke to some people yesterday and today about this application in the neighborhood, they said, yeah, we got these notices a couple years ago. We thought this was all going to be done because they're AT&T customers and they don't have good service. Specifically, one resident who lives directly across the street, he couldn't wait for this to be done. And I think, unfortunately, it's a foregone conclusion that when an application comes in and people see it, that it'll automatically go through. And unfortunately, what we see at these meetings are the people who are opposed to things. And it's not just with the phones, it's with houses and designs of buildings as well. The city attorney's made it very clear to us what our limitations are and what we can and cannot do. So our hands are a little bit tied here, but for me, it really comes down to, I don't know that there's much of a choice. There's a demand that people have, and that's for cell service. And AT&T is simply meeting that demand. And the designs that they've put up, I think, are much more streamlined and much better looking than what we have seen in the past. I think they've come a long way, and I think we need to reach towards them too to make this all work. Some of the stuff that came up in the presentation by the AT&T representative, I can attest to is that I remodel homes and I build homes. And when I'm speaking with clients that I say, where do you want me to put your phone jacks? And they look at me like I'm an idiot. Like, what do I need a phone jack for? People don't have landlines anymore. This is the way we're going. And like I say, there's a demand, and AT&T is just meeting it, and so will the other cell phone companies. And I I think I need to support this application because I think this is a reasonable application. We've seen enough evidence that leads us to believe that they're safe, and I think aesthetically that we've done as best we can, and so has AT&T.
Commissioner Loftus.
Yeah, I did raise my hand this time. I would like to say thanks to Commissioner Terrones for that thorough summary of the situation that we find ourselves in. I was hoping he would also say this. I'd like to add one point, and that is we can only act on the project that's in front of us. We can't act on some project that's not been put forward, like thousands of cell towers that I've heard people mention. That stuff is pure speculation. What we have in front of us are 3 cell towers, and this is all we can act on.
Commissioner Sargent.
Yeah, I'd agree with what's been said so far. And I think I'd just add, I think what everybody on the commission feels is this is an incredibly frustrating process for us because we have a significant section of our community that's very upset about this application and opposed to it. But our hands, to say they're tied would be understating where we are on this. I think Commissioner Terrones has laid out pretty well what the applicant needs to do to gain support on this project. And really our only area of discretion on this is aesthetic. And this design has been approved by the City Council already. So, you know, there really seems like no grounds on which we could oppose this application. And I don't see how we could do it. So I don't think we have any choice but to support it.
Commissioner Terrones.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one last comment in looking, you know, in terms of commenting on the aesthetics and looking at the 3 alternatives that were presented this evening. I will say that I don't think any of those alternatives are better than what we're seeing. In other words, alternative number 1, where the shroud is split into 2 smaller pieces, to me, that just adds more clutter to the pole. Taking these things off and putting them on an independent pole with either a large pedestal at the bottom or other contraptions attached higher up on the pole, I don't think are better solutions either.
Chair Camarado.
Yeah, so I actually in agreement with my fellow commissioners and especially with what Commissioner Sargent said. You know, our hands are tied. We don't really have any choice. We can't look at this and say that I think we all understand the sentiment of our neighbors and what their concerns are, but we really don't have any other options. So we have to move this forward, and that's kind of where we're at this evening. So that's kind of my comment.
Commissioner Schmid.
Yes, I have visited the site on Hillside today, and looking, you know, how the color to blend it in with the pole, I think it looks far better than the 3 poles on either side of it with all of the other things that are being attached. I think that they're doing the best they can to hide the equipment, and I think it's better than a lot of the other equipment that's already on those poles now. And I don't think that we have a lot that we can do to regulate the aesthetics of those poles. Thank you.
Commissioner Sargent. And we also have Commissioner Loftus after you. You need to unmute. There we go.
Yeah, I had a question how to unmute my computer. So question for staff, and can we make one motion to approve all 3 of these applications at once? How do you want to do that?
Yeah, so if the same motion applies to all 3, then I would say you can do that for all 3 sites.
Then I would move we approve all 3 applications for all 3 sites with the findings in the staff report and the conditions as well.
I second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Sargent, second by Commissioner Loftus. Ruben, should we just take any comments on the motion? Okay. Ruben, you want to do roll call?
Sure. Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus,
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Torrones. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Commissioner Torrones.
Sorry, aye.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Chair Camarada.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0-0-0.
Thank you. Any action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up by review for the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,045, which includes noticing cost. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to agenda item 8. Sorry, design review study, 9A, 818 Acacia Drive. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project for the record? Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report?
This application is for design review and special permits for an attached garage and a direct exit from the basement for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and attached carport. The proposed floor area is 2,988 square feet, where 2,989 square feet is the maximum allowed. A total of 4 bedrooms is proposed, and the project meets off-street parking regulations. If there are any questions of staff, I'm available to take them now.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open public hearing. Would the applicant please state your name and anything you'd like to about the project?
Good evening. This is Adam Biddle. I'm the architect of the project. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm joined here on the Zoom meeting with Karen and Eric, the homeowners. First of all, thanks for your time as we head into this late evening. I'll try to be fairly brief. One thing to mention, I've had the opportunity working with Karen and Eric. They've lived in this home, the existing home, since 2009. I'd say not often lately do I have clients who have lived in a specific home over a decade. So they've had the ability to embed themselves in the community and really figure out what they want out of this house, what works and what doesn't, especially the property itself. Acacia Drive is, I'd say, one of the most charming streets in Burlingame. If you've ever experienced a Halloween on Acacia Drive, you'd know what I'm talking about. They now have 2 younger kids close by, walking distance, McKinley. I mean, you can't get a better spot than this. So in looking at how we approach this project, the existing home is, where it's located, its orientation, its footprint on the property. We didn't really change too much in that. We tried to make an update architecturally to be more contextually appropriate to the neighboring homes specifically, which are both, shingle style homes, fairly steep roof lines, deep porches. I'd say that's a characteristic that was really important to Karen and Eric, and that you see along Acacia Drive. One of the unique characteristics of the property, it is a substandard lot in terms of width, which creates some challenges that you see along their block. The 12 houses along the block, 7 of them have attached garages to the front of the property. Not only the lot width, I'd say, contributes to this, the older neighborhood and the topography, and that it's sloping from front to rear. On our lot alone, I think it's 8 to 9 feet from sidewalk to back of property. The other 5 houses that do not have front-loaded or attached garages, I'd say one in doing a thorough search of the property has the ability to actually park in a detached rear accessory structure. So in trying to create a usable rear yard for their family, we were looking at satisfying the parking, but they weren't really interested in the massing and necessarily the aesthetics of a garage itself. So hence we are proposing an open carport feel, but it's not a carport that just is, the typical appendage that none of us really want to see. We've located the second floor coming up over the top. It's meant to feel more an extension of an open porch, give that depth of space to the back of the property and engage with the street, which is one of the things, because they are so involved in this neighborhood, the porch, the carport, the openness of the backyard are all important criteria for them in designing this home. And the basement, adds an entertainment level as their kids grow. The exterior stair access allows it to connect to the rear yard and be usable for outdoor activities. Why not take advantage of our great climate here? With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none.
Hold on a second. There's a question from Commissioner Taronis.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could, that's helpful. We're seeing the rendering. I'd like to go back and visit with the architect to comment that you're envisioning the carport as sort of an extension of the open porch. So my question then, I'm trying to make the findings for the attached garage. And so my question would be, did you consider literally making that carport an extension of the porch architecturally? In other words, the porch is rather tall. It appears to be at the same 9'6" plate height, or correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Yeah. So if that porch is at that 9'6" plate height, that's a really tall porch, particularly for a lot of the neighborhoods, the traditional neighborhoods in Burlingame. They're often fairly low slung porches. If that porch plate height were brought down, it may be possible to integrate the carport literally as an extension of that porch somehow if the architecture were reworked a little bit. Did you consider that as a possibility?
Yes. And I'd say on two fronts, we wanted to make the porch prominent relative to the garage or attached parking. The second, in terms of the 9'6" plate height, while in isolation, that is a pretty tall plate height or generous plate height. We pushed the finished floor of that main floor down significantly relative to the adjacent houses. So in terms of height, I can't give you our exact porch height to the ones on either side, but our ridge height and our second floor plate heights are pretty much right on to the adjacent homes. So by knocking down the steps up, right now, the existing 818 Acacia Drive home has, I believe, 7 steps up to the entry door. With our basement and grading to the back and trying to get rid of that slope a little bit, we were able to pull that down. So the scale is actually in line with the adjacent homes. And just in terms of the comment, trying to make it an extension of the porch, it wasn't meant literally and definitely not for use, just more visually in terms of void.
Okay, understood. But there are things happening on the other properties that aren't happening here, just in terms of the topography. Some of the adjacent properties that have attached garages where the house sort of climbs up and over, perhaps even in split level fashion, they have the grade that's working for them. And that's another reason why they have to step up so high to that first floor. I'm trying to make the findings for the attached garage. And so trying to find an aesthetic or trying to find some architecture that could make that work. So appreciate your comments.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I just had one question. On your detail on A5, that's the only indication where I see the siding, and you say shingle siding, see elevations, but is that going to be wood shingles or is that going to be a hardy product?
It's going to be a wood shingle, a stained 5-inch exposure, trying to keep a traditional proportion. And that's why one of the reasons we supplied the rendering, just to show it'll be probably a semi-transparent stain.
It looks to be wood. I just wanted to verify that because I didn't see any notes. And then could you also maybe on the next round clarify some of the sizes of the trims around the windows? They look like they're proportional. I just want to make sure that we got it where we know what it's going to be.
Yeah, so the excluding the corner window, we're working with probably somewhere in a 3.5 to 4.5 inch actual width trim with a sill and apron, probably 1.5 inch on the sill.
Okay, and then the thickness would be deeper than the shingles when they're applied.
Definitely, and one of the things that's not quite captured on all the window penetrations on the rendering is there will be a little more recess and depth, probably at least 1.5 to 2 inches on the exterior windows and doors.
Okay, and then specifically, actually, I'm glad that this rendering is up. It's a very traditional craftsman-looking neighborhood on both sides of the street. I really love this block, and a lot of those homes have a lot of the eave details that you've got incorporated here too. But like on this elevation here, or this rendering, you only have the one beam, if you will, at the peak of the gable. Would you consider putting more around the house to kind of tie it in with the other houses in the neighborhood?
So that's a good point. We're trying to give a hint of I'd say veering towards the style of the adjacent homes, but the taste of the clients does lend to a little more contemporary. So we're trying to keep fairly clean, square rafter tails, even those.
Okay. And that's fair too. I get that, but like on this particular rendering here on the first floor, you've got it at the peak of the roof, and then you've got it down at the bottom of the barge rafter. But on the upper section, it's only at the peak. So you see what I mean? If you put it up at the upper areas, it would be a little bit more consistent with and tie the upper and lower floor designs together better.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the front rendering. The rear one, it's missing them.
Okay.
So it's just.
All right, you take a look at that and sprinkle them around. I think it might help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Say?
Yes. Can I ask you what the width of the fireplace chimney is in that front elevation?
In the front elevation. At the base or at the second floor?
At the second floor?
At the second floor, the exterior is about 3 foot by 3 foot, give or take.
Okay. And I had the same thought as Commissioner Taronis about the height of the front porch and how that can almost tie in a little bit better, possibly with the carport. Did you explain the reason behind the carport versus an actual garage?
Yeah, so the reason for the carport is to try to reduce massing. We're trying to make this a little more visually interesting than seeing garage doors. That's one of the reasons also for the increased setback, which is a typical zoning parameter across multiple jurisdictions. So it's just trying to make it feel secondary without having the feel of, another set of doors right up against. And it kind of lends itself more to how the house and adjacent houses currently operate in terms of their parking. And so we're not trying to hide that, it's a garage that's used as storage. It's literally parking.
Okay, driving along that street and even onto the next block, there appears to be a number of properties that have a gate in the area approximately where the front of the carport is, which seems to kind of suggest a garage front or some transition of private to public. And was there any thought about adding a gate at the front of the carport? I actually kind of like the detail that I see of these gates along in the neighborhood. And I kind of see that actually making a proper garage is not offensive or doesn't really take away from the massing in that sense. I was just curious if you had considered any gate or some kind of frontage there.
I mean, we haven't, I'd say, talked in depth besides the idea of it being open. I've also walked up and down the streets here and taken a look at the aerials to look at the houses that do have the gates that you're talking about at the driveways. Again, on the 800 to 850 block, I'd say there's one house that actually has an actual garage beyond that driveway. The rest are landscaping, or there is no longer an accessory structure beyond there. I know that doesn't lend itself to a new construction. It's something we could probably look at. We are trying to break down, this idea of private and public, especially on this street, how engaged the neighborhood is, how engaged Karen and Eric are with their neighbors. They don't see the need of putting up that barrier, especially with the kids and being open to, the public realm.
Thank you. On the left elevation, where there is, I think it's an entrance to is it a side entrance to maybe a mudroom? I forgot what was in the floor plan there. Oh yeah, the mudroom. Did you think of putting some type of kind of roof overhang, some type of weather protection outside that door, much like you have on the other side leading to the pantry? You have some roof covering over that doorway.
Yeah, so we view that side as more a secondary use, and to be honest, it's likely more a future dog run access point than the primary one, which is on the opposite side, the more southern exposure side of the house with the light well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Sargent?
Yeah, I had the same reaction to the front porch, particularly when I saw the rendering, even more so than in the elevation. Is that front door an 8-foot door?
I believe it's a 9-foot door.
Okay, because I understand you're looking at the higher the plate heights, and I have some, and I heard what you said about the lowering the floor height, but I still have a little concern about that higher plate and how that's going to fit into the neighborhood. But I think hearing that it's a 9-foot door, that actually gives me a lot of concern of how that's going to fit, particularly with the older homes there. I mean, an 8-foot door is, pretty big relative to what you see traditionally in these older neighborhoods. And, most of the newer homes aren't going to have more than an 8-foot door. And I think if you were to look at an 8-foot door, you'd be able to lower the beam height on that porch, and maybe not tie it into the carport as Commissioner Tronos was suggesting, but definitely lower its scale more and have it feel less tall. So if you could look at that, that would be great.
Okay, I see no other questions from the commission.
Sorry, I just unmuted myself. Okay, so no other questions? Do we have any member of the public that'd like to speak on this item?
I do have a comment that was submitted via email, and this is from Robert and Sandra Brisby. Dear Planning Commission members, my wife and I have owned our home at 824 Acacia Drive for 47 years, and our neighbors of Eric and Karen June. Eric and I met recently to review their plans for a new home. Their new home is well designed and will be a complement to the existing traditional single-family homes in the neighborhood. My wife and I wholeheartedly endorse this project. Sincerely, Robert and Sandra Brisby. I don't see any other emails and I don't see any other chats coming in.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments or concerns?
Commissioner Sargent?
Yeah, I had a question for staff. Part of this application is the basement exit, the special permit. I know that's something we looked at in relation to the ADU changes. So, and I can't remember what the outcome of that was.
Sure. What we proposed with regards to the ADU regulations was to eliminate the special permit requirement for basements because that has not yet been approved and adopted. A special permit is still required in this case. But the direction moving forward, and the city council didn't seem to have any issues with removal of the special permit requirement for this issue. So that's kind of the direction that staff and the city is going in the future.
Okay, so it's been considered by the council once, they just haven't adopted it.
Correct. We they had a couple of items for us to look into. We're doing that currently. We're also working with HCD to get some of the ADU ordinance reviewed prior to the city council adopting it. So we are currently working on that. Unfortunately, things got slowed down a little bit with COVID-19, but the direction will be moving forward to not require special permit in this case.
Okay, thanks. So then regarding my comments on the project, I really, overall, I like the design. I think, it's got a richness of detail and a massing and articulation that I think is going to look really good in this neighborhood. I'm not sure about the special permit for the attached garage, so I'd like to hear what my other commissioners think. As far as the front goes, I really wanted to reiterate my comments about the front door and those sliders on the porch. I think that 9 feet is just out of scale of the neighborhood, and I think that's really gonna, if it's built like that, I think we'll really notice it, and it won't be in the scale of the other houses there. And I think also that the second floor windows above it kind of feel that have the same kind of scale that I think should be looked at as well. But other than that, I really like the project.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I too, I actually thank you for the renderings, because they're very helpful in being able to better visualize the design of the house, both the front and the back. It's actually helped me to appreciate the design of the project more. But I do feel that the front porch, as we've been saying several times now, that the front porch is too heavy. I mean, not too heavy, sorry, too tall, and that the front door is tall. I think for the better approach to the home, a little bit more welcoming massing to the front of the home, it could be shortened to better accommodate that intent. And the chimney does seem really deep and big, massive. I know that the rendering doesn't look at that perspective from the left side, And I'm guessing that the intent is to look like a real chimney that's existed for many decades. But just wondering if you want to take a look at that. Again, it just looks fairly heavy and massive on the left side. On the special permit for the garage or the attached garage, like I said earlier, I don't, and especially since it's the location of it is set back from the front of the house, I actually can see more of an actual garage going in there instead of a carport, and maybe even some enhancements to the roof profile or the face of the garage wall or the carport wall. I think that there could be some improvements there to tie in a little bit better with the front of the house, give it a little bit of accentuation. I know that you may be trying to minimize it, but I actually think there's some appeal to improving the design of it and tying it into the rest of the house. I think that, like I said earlier, on the left side of the house, that that secondary dog run entrance could benefit for the homeowners' use of having a little bit of weather protection over that door, which is also quite tall. Looks like it's probably like an 8-foot door, but with just a little tiny detail that would, I think, benefit the users. And then lastly, I wanted to, I feel like the roof over the stairwell needs something or is looking for some kind of accent, some interest over it. I don't think it's a deal breaker or anything like that, but it's just looks to me like it could be a little bit more pronounced or have a little bit more richness and detail, especially with the double set of nice windows there at the stairwell. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrones.
Did you say Terrones?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Well, I generally sort of when I squint and look at the project, I think it's well designed just in and of itself, but in the context of the neighborhood, I'm having difficulties. First and foremost, in regards to the attached garage, we're required by the design review guidelines to consider the pattern of the neighborhood, the garage pattern, the parking pattern of the neighborhood. And oftentimes in these situations, one of the metrics that we use are literally the number of attached versus detached garages on a particular block. My walking of the neighborhood and my count revealed that there's approximately 16 to 18 detached garages of the 28 that are on the two sides of this block. Now, there may not be a garage down a driveway that there once was on some of those houses, but we have the pattern that the design guidelines encourage, being a house with a long driveway along one side with the parking to the rear. Our design guidelines favor detached garages, which is why we have a special permit for attached garages. So in looking at this one, I understand the argument that we're being asked to consider, but I can't get there in terms of the design of the other houses in the neighborhood. The attached garages to the immediate, I guess you'd kind of call it the north or to the left of this property, several of them, again, have upsloping lots and therefore have attached garages that fit nicely under living area that climbs up and around them. Now, the applicant has made the argument that they've put second floor up over the garage similarly, but it's not quite the same because you don't have that sort of split level feel. And so what we really have is a 2-story house with portions of living area that are above a carport or something that might otherwise be an attached garage. So I'm having a difficulty in terms of making the findings for the attached garage for those reasons. In regards to the design review, the project although it may be well crafted and proportioned in and of itself in the context of the neighborhood, I agree with the statement that this is one of the nicer blocks in all of Burlingame, just in terms of the collection of nicely crafted older bungalows or craftsman style homes. This one may look like a craftsman or a bungalow, but it's gonna, again, look like one of them where we've approved in the past where it looks like it's on steroids because it's overly tall, both with the porch and with the window sizes and the door sizes and the general pattern and massing of the project as a whole. So, you know, I think that the attached garage needs to be revisited in order to make the findings, and the massing and the size scale of that front porch and the overall details in general need to be revisited from a design review standpoint.
Commissioner Loftus?
Well, I thought I knew exactly what I was going to say until Commissioner Taronis just swayed everything. I was okay with the findings for the attached garage. I rather like the carport. I've often wondered why there are not more carports as a sort of non-garage garage. It's a bigger philosophical discussion, but you know, the detached garage requirement in the city is really nice to provide some breathing room between homes. But what it really does is it provides a driveway. Almost no one, as far as I can tell, uses their garages. They park on the street, they park in their driveway, and the garages are full of junk, and it's impossible to fill. Well, I guess it's not impossible, but I wouldn't expect this carport to fill up with junk. So I rather like the carport, but you know, I'm going to have to rethink the whole notion of the attached garage. I do totally agree with the issues of scale. The porch feels like the pants on the building are pulled up too high, and it throws the proportion of everything off, and the doors get bigger to make that work, and the windows get bigger, and so I do think all of that needs to be revisited. Yeah, having said all that, I like the building in a lot of ways. I think there's a lot to recommend it, and I'd like to see it, you know, massaged so that it works more in keeping with the guidelines. And I need to go back and look at the attached garage issue.
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I'll see if I can sway Commissioner Loftus back. You know, in walking the block, I was actually surprised to see a couple other carports. They were on the other side of the street, but they sort of fit that craftsman style. So I was intrigued to see a carport here. However, I just don't think it's integrated with the front of the building very well. So the comments about the front porch coming down, I think are pretty well substantiated. And if you could bring that roof of the porch around and tie it with the garage by lowering the porch, I think it would fit in very nicely. Some of the comments about the heights of the doors and the windows, I have to agree with it. I see a 5'3" window on the second floor, but an 8-foot plate height, and that only leaves 2'9", and then you put in some framing above it, and you've got just a step out. I mean, it's just that the windows seem a little bit tall there. So I think if the whole house could kind of come down, I think it would work out a little bit better. And like I say, integrating that garage. As far as the special permit for the stairs coming from the basement, I'm typically against those, but with the recent changes in our code and where we're going with the ADUs, I feel compelled to go with this one. Especially, I think this one is really nice because usually what we see is these stairs come straight out and they're on the side of the building. This at least comes up to a landing and turns and gives it and goes back towards the center of the patio in the back, and that's going to be helpful in just in the noise factor and the use of it. It's not going to be necessarily something that is going to be used separate from the backyard. It's incorporated into the backyard, and I think that's a real good design element there. But again, I kind of like the idea of the open carport. it's different, and there are attached garages on the block, more than on most blocks. The point's well taken that some of them are on the upsloping lots, but if it's done well, I think the carport could really look nice on this. And and like Commissioner Loftus said, you kind of have to make sure it's clean if you don't have a door on it, but I like the open feel of it.
Commissioner or Chair Camarado?
Sorry. So I like the design of the home. I think that the Craftsman fits well in that location. I do think that that first floor plate height is too tall, and I'd like to see that scaled down. I have no problems with the carport. I can find that there are other homes that have carports in that area. Also looked at the attached garages in that area. There's a number of them. So I'm not concerned about that. I can find the findings for the basement or the what we were just talking about, the for the basement stairs. I don't have a problem with that. But I do think that that first floor plate height needs to come down just a little bit. Those front doors are just a little too tall for this house. But overall, I like the design of the house, and I think it would fit well in the neighborhood.
Commissioner Torrones?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the comments, it may sound contrary to what I said before, but I was intrigued by the comments from the architect that they were trying to make the carport an extension of the porch. My problem is that it just doesn't do that. And when I kind of pressed on that, there seemed to be some reluctance to head in that direction. Now, if that carport were an extension of that porch, almost like if it looked like a wraparound porch and could be integrated, whether it's a carport or garage, it might be better architecture. So I would be open to considering that. But it's just, again, with the massing and the confluence of the other issues, it's just not doing that at this point. Thanks.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I raised my hand a second time and then it was taken down, so I had to raise my hand again. I wanted to add that to my comments that I agree also that the building is too tall. So I wanted to make sure that that was also noted. But I also wanted to qualify again my findings for the attached garage or carport, in that, as I was saying earlier, a number of properties in the neighborhood have the gates that are at the very front of the driveways or near the front of the homes. And that in essence is adding, if you will, to the mass of the house. You see it really just from the front. You can't really see what's kind of beyond. And I'm just a realist in just thinking about how one, in terms of how one could use the space. I would appreciate someone parking in the area than to park on the street or to have to go to the very bottom of their property to park and then walk with their groceries up to the front of the house. But in thinking about this carport or garage and how it may develop, one thing to think about is just the fact that often people put storage items in a garage and in carports. And so if you do tie in the carport or garage with the front porch, that maybe you consider some, I know you have a bike storage space, but I'm almost wondering at the back behind the carport, closer to where the entrance to the pantry is, that there is another area for storage of secondary items that don't really have to be in a storeroom, but then also just don't need to be exposed to the street. So just a thought there about practicality of storage.
Commissioner Schmid?
Yes, thank you. Overall, I like the project. I like the renderings were very helpful. Same thing with scale. I think the 9-foot door is going to be too tall. I've done 8-foot doors and they're hard to get. So I think that, bringing down that scale would really help quite a bit. And I agree with Commissioner Torrones. I think the idea of the wraparound to reconnect to the carport would actually make a handsome addition to that. And so those are my comments. Thanks.
Commissioner Sargent,
I move we bring this back on the regular action calendar.
I'll second.
Second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Sargent, a second by Commissioner Say. Any comments on the motion? Ruben, I just got an email from, I think, Brian or the agent or the Adam Biddle. Did you receive that email?
sorry, I'm only checking the public comment email.
Okay.
If there's a request to reopen the public hearing for clarification or something, it's your choice to do that.
Adam, did you, I'd like to open the public comment. You just sent an email. So would you like to say something?
Sure. I'm the architect. It was just one comment for planning to clarify. It goes back to Commissioner Terrones regarding the contextual setback of garages or just the quantity. Same with contextual setback. I just wanted planning to see if they can clarify. Usually we look at your side of the street. That's how the setback, the contextual setback of 18.9. So using the opposite side of street, I know that comment was now way in the past, so it's probably not really applicable, but at the time, it's just a Ruben or Erica.
Okay, thank you.
So if this is regarding the average front setback, we base it on the front setbacks of the existing homes on the side of the street of the subject property.
Thank you, Ruben. Okay, so we have a motion. Any comments on the motion?
Chair, if I could.
Yes. Oh, let me close public comment. I'm closing public comment. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Terrones.
Ruben, it sounded to me like the architect was also asking, because I made the point that, I counted on the block similar to what we've done in the past. I know this is not in the ordinances and it's not a requirement, but I counted both sides of the street. If we want to make some clarification as to, what we would consider, I think that's more of us as a body as to what we would consider in terms of the number of attached versus detached garages on the street or in this neighborhood.
Sure, that's correct. There's no code requirement. There's nothing that staff bases it on. So that would be your decision, the way you look at it as a body.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have a motion. Any discussions on the motion? Okay, Ruben, you want to do a roll call?
Commissioner Gall.
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus.
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid.
Aye.
Commissioner Terrones.
Aye.
Commissioner Say.
Aye.
Chair Camerado.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0-0-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving to the next item is agenda item 9B, 1536 Howard, where any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding the project for the record? I would like to note that I had a conversation with the property owner months ago about the project. So it could have even been close to a year ago. Let the record note that all the commissioners present have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report?
Before we do a staff report, I just wanted to mention that I spoke to the neighbor to the left of the property.
I also spoke with the neighbor across the street at 1541 at length about the project.
Great. Okay, thank you. This is an application for a design review for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and detached garage at 1536 Howard Avenue, zoned R1. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing 1-story single-family dwelling and detached garage to build a new 2-story single-family and detached garage. The total proposed floor area would be 3,638 square feet, where 3,785 square feet is the maximum allowed. There would be a total of 4 bedrooms in the house. 2 off-street parking spaces are required, one of which must be covered. The proposed detached garage provides 1 covered space, and an uncovered space would be provided in the driveway. Staff notes that this application includes creating a new 790 square foot accessory dwelling unit at the rear of the new detached garage. Per state law, review of the ADU application is administrative only and is not reviewed by the Planning Commission. Staff has determined that the ADU complies with the recently adopted state legislation regarding ADUs. That concludes my staff report. If you have any questions for staff, I'd be happy to take those now. Commissioner Toronas?
Yeah, just a request that when this comes back for action, if we could request actual half-size drawings as opposed to just, these are just 11 by 17, so, which means they're not half scale. So, thank you.
We can work with the designer to get those proper sizes. Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, not that I think this is a historic home, but isn't this in a district where we're required to have a report from Page and Turnbull?
Correct. If that report was not included, we'll definitely have that ready for you at the next meeting. The report came back as this property not being eligible for listing in the California nor in the National Register.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, it's not one of those homes. But we'll be sure to include in your next packet. No other questions for staff? The applicant, I believe, is Mr. Brown. I believe he's ready to go.
Yes, that's me. I want to say good evening to everyone. My name is Barry Brown. I'm the landscape architect working with the building designer, Jack Chu, and the owner builder, Michael Glynn, on this project. And we'll give a general overview of the project, and both Jack and Mike and myself will be available for your questions. To start, I want to thank staff for their time and professionalism working with us on this project. We are proposing a high quality residential project in a contemporary California design motif that is compatible with the character and contemporary and diverse architectural styles represented in the Burlingame Park neighborhood. The project design blends the sophistication of modern architecture and traditional building forms, including hip and gable roofs, a front porch, square columns, stone chimney, deep eaves, and a combination of horizontal wood and vertical batten board siding. Strong neutral white color of the building base and the vertical and the natural stone and the low garden fence will create a welcoming space for the street and a backdrop to a modern landscape. The front landscape is designed for low water usage and sustainability, including native and climate adapted plants that have a modern look and clean line. We are proposing 4 24-inch box trees for the property, with 1 in the front and 3 in the rear of the yard. The tree selected is Lagerstroemia indica, also known as crepe myrtle. This is a small to medium-sized deciduous tree that has attractive peeled bark and a V-shaped form. It grows 20 to 25 feet tall and is drought tolerant. During the summer, the tree shows off a profusion of flowers available in colors ranging from pink, lavender to red. This tree will accentuate the curb appeal of this house and is complementary with the neighborhood streetscape since it occurs other places along Howard Avenue and in many front yard gardens. The staff report and drawings have the details, including our desire to construct an accessory dwelling unit attached to the proposed garage located near the rear portion of the lot. This is compatible with the city's ADU program goals to help with the Bay Area housing shortage and to provide more housing choices in existing neighborhoods for extended family the elderly, caregivers, professionals, and students. Finally, I want to mention for the rear of the main house, we're extending a 4-foot deep balcony, the full width of the house, 28 feet, to articulate the architecture as well as provide shade to the backyard space below. We can address any privacy concerns if necessary, but believe there is no impact to the adjacent neighbors. If there's nothing else Jack or Mike Lynn would like to present, I would also like to share the screen to show some indicative images if that's possible.
No, I don't believe that's possible.
Oh, it's not possible. Okay. Well, if Mike or Jack don't have any additional input on the presentation, I turn it back over to the commission and staff.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Say?
Yes. Barry, can you tell us which takes precedence, the rendering or the drawings that we're looking at? There are a number of details that are inconsistent between the two.
Yes, well, I would have to tell you that as far as the conceptual design, it's represented with the rendering. The design development is working together with the architect. We're building the design development package to be in sync with each other.
Okay, so so some of our comments may, I'm not sure. I'm going to comment, I guess, on what I think I saw on the rendering in comparison to the drawings. One of the things that seem to be inconsistent are the window muntins, and there's a range of patterns and styles shown even on the front elevation and around the house, and just wanting to get some clarification on your intent with those muntin patterns, if you can now, or.
Well, I would have to defer to the builder of the project. We are looking at using an Ultrex window, fiberglass window product that has a variety of mutants and different configurations in a black color. As far as the consistency, I think we can work together, the architect and I and the builder, to come up with a consistent window theme that matches both the conceptual and the design development drawings.
That would be great.
Yeah.
And there's just some omissions in the drafting. At the entry to the mudroom, is there a landing outside of that? Because it seems like the mudrooms are the same floor level as the entry foyer, but the foyer is up, 5 steps above grade. I'm just not sure what's happening on the side there. On your side elevation.
Right. The finished floor is roughly 18 inches or so above the grade in the front. There was a slight difference between the front elevation and the rear elevation, but not very much. So I think you're probably correct. There should be at least 1 or 2 steps coming off of that mudroom to meet the finished grade of the driveway there.
Yeah, so maybe you can take a look at that. I think there's a landing and some steps probably missing. There's also a couple of gables that seem to not be shown on your side elevations that appear in your front and rear elevations.
Say that again, please. I couldn't hear you.
I think they're in the proposed right side elevation and your proposed left side elevation. There's a gable missing in that profile that is present in your front and rear elevations.
Okay.
So if you can take a look at that.
All right.
Well.
Jack is on the meeting, so he's listening too. And Jack, please feel free to interject.
And
Yeah,
then I
this-
think maybe oh, sorry.
Yeah, the gable end is missing at the elevation.
Okay, gable missing gable.
Mhm. And I think there's just a number of drafting issues. Another one I'll just point out is if you're looking at your rear elevation, somehow the chimney is protruding on the left side much further than it shows in plan. So
Protruding
front probably
into the
looks more
driveway, you
accurate.
mean?
Yes, into the driveway, or the house needs to stick out, extend more. Something is wrong
okay.
there.
Okay.
Actually, the chimney should show 1 feet inside the 2 feet at the rear of the elevation.
Okay. So right now it's shown as a 2-footer. and
Okay,
it's
so on the
actually-
rear elevation.
Yeah.
The front elevation is
Well,
correct.
then, okay. And then is your proposal to have the standing seam roof over and part of the house be shingle roof and part of it be a standing metal seam roof? Like you're rendering? Right now, it looks like the
Well,
whole
yeah.
house is
Yeah, the
shingled.
rendering, like I said, it's a conceptual rendering. The design at this point is a asphalt shingle roof style.
Throughout?
Throughout.
Okay.
Throughout.
Okay, so
I think we've
I think you get the
discussed,
gist of the comments, or
Okay.
questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Schmid?
Yeah, the horizontal siding, is that going to be a hardy board? And are you going to be doing corner board trims that are shown in the elevations versus the rendering? Or is that going to be a wood siding?
Jack, do you want to
Uh,
address that one?
Actually, should be hardy board siding.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you be using corner boards then?
Yes, I am.
And are they going to be same color as the siding, or are they going to be a trim color versus a field color?
There should be a different color. The trim color will be probably lighter than the hardy board horizontal siding.
Okay. And you are proposing cable wire railings in the front and on the back deck?
Those are actually would be steel, horizontal steel fence, I mean, railing and not cable steel. So it'll be a metal product throughout.
Okay. And then over the front room, it looks like it's got, the roof goes up and then goes back and drains into the back, the second floor there, just past the first chimney.
Yes.
Okay. Are you concerned about water trappage back there?
Good question.
And or leaves?
Let's see, there should be a cricket.
So maybe the applicant could just consider that and come, and when they bring it back next time, they could, with an
Yeah,
answer.
so the concern is water dropping from the upper second story roof onto the first level roof above the living room area.
Yeah.
So I would expect that, in final design that there will be rain gutters, at least at the lower level, if not both the upper and lower level.
Well, because the ridge is at the middle of the chimney.
Yeah.
There's probably what, 3-4 feet of sloped roof going back into the building. Usually you're sloping away rather than sloping into.
Okay, the applicant can take that into consideration as part of your comments.
So just so I can clarify the comment, you're concerned with the water flowing to the back of the chimney?
Well, no, kind of where that circular window is, down below there is going to be a V groove where leaves and water is going to get trapped.
Oh, I hear you. Well, maybe Jack and I and the owner can maybe think about reconfiguring that to avoid that type of water entrapment against the building.
Yes.
Commissioner Torrones?
Thank you. Question, what is the plate height on the front porch?
We may be having some difficulties with Commissioner Torrones.
Oh.
There we go. Can you hear me? You're coming in very dim.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, what is the plate height on the front porch, please?
Jack?
Plate height of the front porch is 9 feet 5 inches.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sargent?
Yeah, I just had one question about the board and batten siding on the second floor. How is that going to configure? Because is it 1x2 battens over hardy sheets, or because it looked just like vertical lap siding turned or horizontal lap siding turned vertical?
Well, to my, Jack can add to this, but it's a traditional board and batten where the vertical boards either 8, 10, 12 inches wide, and the battens are the 3-inch, half-inch wide vertical pieces that cover the seam between the boards.
Okay, well, maybe you could clarify that when it comes back, the size of the battens and how far apart they are. That would be really helpful.
Okay. Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I had some similar questions about the differences in the rendering versus the elevation. So if you can, because of your siding specifically, but I also have a question about the siding. What's the reasoning behind changing from the horizontal siding to the board and batten on the upper floor?
From my point of view, it adds a more contemporary line to what is generally somewhat of a traditional and maybe less interesting building style. You'll see this in many California contemporary styles, is the mixture of the horizontal and the vertical to accentuate certain aspects of the massing of the house. And to add a bit of variety. Jack and Mike, you might have some more input on that as well.
Well, my client wanted 2 different kind of style of the exterior. So using the horizontal siding on the bottom and the vertical on the top. Yeah, kind of fits in the neighborhood.
Okay, well, if you could clarify, and tighten up the difference on those, on the rendering versus the elevations, it'd be helpful. And like Sergeant said, just show some dimensions on the board and batten siding, because it looks like it's vertical siding up on top on your elevations. On your chimney in the back of the house, is there a reason that you don't bring the chimney up and make it look like a traditional chimney?
This is the chimney off the family room?
Yeah, that's correct.
In the rear?
Right.
I believe that's a
direct vent.
a direct vent type of system.
But it just looks, I mean, in my opinion, it looks like it's just been cut off. And there's no reason you couldn't bring that chimney up through the eave and direct vent it straight up as well. I mean, the direct vents don't have to go out the side necessarily. But take a look at that. It's one of those things that has stuck in my craw forever.
Okay.
The other question, I have two more questions. One is, there's a detail here for boxed eaves. Are the eaves going to be boxed in?
Yes, it is. It's going to be a box eve.
Because your elevations are showing rafter tails all the way around. So if you could, that's going to change the look of the house. If you can clean that up, that would be helpful.
Sure.
And then the only other question I had is on your driveway, what material would that be?
Well, we're thinking of a concrete paver that's set in a sand base,
Okay.
allow for some pervious drainage and to have concrete poured banding to create some fields and a feel of a broken up plaza on the side of the house.
Okay, if you could specify that, that'd be helpful as well.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Commissioner Sargent?
So I just wanted to clarify something with staff, because we're talking about the rendering and whether it matches the plans, but unless they actually included in the plan set with a page number, it's not part of the plans, and it's not going to be something that would be included in the building permit set and as part of the approved plans. And when you're coming back out to verify at the end of the project that it's what's been built matches what we approved, you're going to be looking at the plans, not the rendering, right? So what they want to do needs to be on the plans.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. We need to ensure that the building elevations are correct. The renderings are helpful to visually show what the house will look like in terms of mass and bulk. What ultimately gets approved are the building elevations. However, with that said, the renderings should be consistent or should match the building elevations.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Camarado?
Sorry. One of my questions, and I may have missed because I had to step away, but one of the questions I had was with that balcony in the back. Can you tell me Jack, how big that balcony is? How many square feet that is?
That balcony is 28 feet by 4 feet.
Okay. And then just had some questions about that stone veneer on that left side elevation. I feel like that's kind of a little bit out of place. So maybe you can look at that.
Okay.
You're talking about the stone itself or the pattern?
Well, I feel like it's just in the middle of that wall, and I don't see what it's doing. So I don't know if you need to just take it out, or I'm not quite sure, but it looks a little odd there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Say?
Oh, yes, just I wanted to add that you should take a look at your left elevation windowsill heights. In particular with the laundry room, the sill height looks pretty low. And I can see from your floor plan that you have your washer or dryer up against the window. So it may not be the most attractive view with your appliance showing through the windows. So I don't know if you want to take a look at that in addition to the family room next to it, or at least by itself, that laundry room windowsill height might need to be addressed. And then up at is it the stairwell that has the window with the roof wrapping around its sill?
Yes.
Is that okay? So is there a flat area in front of the window?
Should be. There should be a 312 slope, a flat area.
Yeah, with a minimal slope.
Yes,
Okay.
with minimal slope.
And then lastly, just take a look at your floor plan. The second floor plan is missing part of the first floor. That, I guess the roof lines of the first floor are missing.
Okay. Median line below.
I don't see any other questions for the applicant. So we can go to public comment if there are any. There are no public comments in the email, and I'm not seeing any chats coming in either. Oh, wait.
Great.
Hold on a second. There is one that appears. Is GHERE? Oh, here we go. Okay. This is from Audrey Gustafson at 1540 Howard to the left. I would like to request updated drawings and access to the renderings. Specific concern is window alignment.
Okay, window alignment.
Okay, there are no other public comments.
Great, thank you. I'm going to close public hearing. Commissioners, comments?
Commissioner Loftus?
Yeah, this is one of those discussions that when it happens and the commission in general starts asking lots and lots of little questions, and the tenor of the questions is of a certain type, my design consultant antenna goes up, because this feels like a half thought or a confused thought building. There's just too many things that don't make sense, and there's too many things that just don't seem right. You know, it starts with the rendering not matching the elevations and the muntins and mullions and the siding. Is it vertical? Is it horizontal? Is it got battens, or is it, you know, is it lap siding turned on its side? What looked like cable rail felt completely out of place to me. I've seen a couple of cable rail porches that we've approved recently that don't fit, and the cable rails don't fit this kind of architecture, whatever kind of architecture this is. It's got a patina of traditional architecture, but it's decidedly not traditional architecture. It doesn't really, I don't have a sense that it knows what it wants to be. So I feel pretty strongly this is a candidate for a design review consultant, for all the many reasons that all of you have pointed out as you've discussed it, asked questions of the applicant.
Chair Camarado?
I would agree with Commissioner Loftus. I think this is a perfect candidate for design review.
Commissioner Terrones?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Loftus as well. By way of comment or input to the design review consultant, if that's where this heads, some of the issues that I have are the porch height, resolving the siding and the window issues. I honestly think that the boxed eave would be a real mistake on a project like this. I think that the exposed rafter tails actually help with the detailing and the scale on the project. I think the roof issues need to be resolved that Commissioner Schmid raised. So yeah, all in all, I think it's a good candidate for the design review consulting process.
Commissioner Sargent?
I would agree. And the only thing I'd add about the design that hasn't really been touched on yet, directly at least, is that back deck. I think it needs to be pulled in on both sides. It's not really usable space, and really all it's doing is creating a viewing platform into the neighboring properties, which is pretty clear in our design guidelines. It's not something that we want to encourage, and I think that rail detail needs to be relooked at as well.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I agree that this is a perfect candidate for design review consultant. And I too was just going to say what Commissioner Sargent brought up about the rear balcony, at 4 feet deep. What is that really doing? Stretching across the entire back of the house, because there's really no place to put any furniture or anything. And I believe the applicant mentioned that it serves as some form of shade for the lower floor, but it's not really tied in well with that multi-panel patio door below. So I think that either that could get its own little roof line over it or get some other accentuated feature. But I definitely feel that this would be a great project for a design review.
Commissioner,
I agree with the comments. The only other issue I'd like them to look at is the left side elevation. It just seems long and expansive and plain, and I think it needs to be broken up a little bit.
Commissioner Loftus.
So I will move that we refer this project to a design review consultant.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Loftus, second by Commissioner Torrones. Any discussion on the, oh, sorry, right? No.
Yeah. Discussion on the motion.
Any discussion on the motion?
Yes,
Thanks.
Commissioner Gall.
Oh, sorry. There.
Commissioner Loftus. Any other?
Oh.
Oh, I was an aye. I'm sorry.
Great.
Are we
Okay.
voting?
No comments on the motion. Commissioner Gall.
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus.
Aye.
Commissioner Sargent.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid.
Aye.
Commissioner Torrones.
Aye.
Sorry. Commissioner Say.
Aye.
Chair Camarado.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0-0-0.
Okay, great. This action is non-appealable, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. On to one of our last items, item 9C, 30 Ingold. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communication for this project for the record?
I had a virtual meeting with the applicant.
I did as well.
I met with the applicant on site.
I met with the virtual meeting.
I did as well.
Zoom meeting.
Okay. Let the record note, all commissioners present have visited the project site. May we please hear a staff report? Are there?
This project is for environmental scoping, design review, density bonus, approval of the community benefit bonuses, and vesting tentative parcel map for a new 7-story, 298-unit mixed-use residential development. The project site is 3.2 acres. The residential units will include 43 units or 14.4% designated affordable for low-income households. Parking is provided in an enclosed 2-level garage for a total of 358 spaces, where a minimum of 353 spaces are required. The Rawlins Road frontage will contain 4,060 square feet of commercial office space. The applicant is also proposing parcelization of the open space at the rear fronting Ingold that totals 22,000 square feet, of which 18,500 square feet will be dedicated as public park land in fee or as a public park easement. The applicant has prepared a presentation to provide further details about the project, but if there are any questions of staff, I'm available to take them now.
Any questions for staff?
I have one question. In our packet, it says allowable uses or mixed use development. And we're talking about live work. Do we have any standard that for how much should be live space and how much should be work or commercial or retail space? I mean, is there any number there, or do we just?
So this development isn't live work, it's just multifamily. And Ruben, do you want to provide further detail about that requirement?
I'm sorry, I just had to step away to use the restroom. What was the question?
Commissioner Gall asked about live work for the zoning regulations, if there's a particular percentage of how much should be live and how much should be work. But I was letting him know that this project in particular is not live work, it's multifamily residential. But if you wanted to add more about the live work designation in this district.
Yeah, and I guess even more specifically, we're saying mixed use. So how much of a mix do we need?
There is no minimum requirement. Standalone multifamily residential is allowed. The reason we're saying it's mixed use is because there's a commercial component on the ground floor that's part of the project, which is a little over 4,000 square feet, I believe.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I had a few questions. On page 5 of the staff report, where it talks about the permitting of the total number of units for the application of a density bonus, your number calculation comes out to 223.72 units. Does that round up to 224, or you have to round down because it's less than a whole? Because then you come up with, it rounds down.
Round down. Mhm.
Okay. And then what do we do about schools for what schools would residents in this building be zoned for?
We'd have to check with the school district to see where the district boundaries are. We don't have that currently off the top of our heads.
Okay. And then with the increased number of potential pedestrians walking from the Millbrae Barton train station towards this property, is there any requirement on the city side or anybody to increase the lighting and safety measures along the Rollins?
Yes, the Public Works Division has some lighting requirements. And I believe the applicant may have been working with Public Works on that and perhaps can comment. But there may be some lighting requirement, maybe have to be upgraded in this area for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see no other questions from staff. The applicant, Elaine Breeze, will also make a presentation now. If you can just unmute yourself there, Elaine. And there we go.
Okay. I was having trouble with my cell service. I didn't want to crash. Okay, super, great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Camarado and planning commissioners. My name is Elaine Breeze. I'm with Summerhill, and we're very excited to have the opportunity to work here in Burlingame again and in the city's new Rollins Road neighborhood. Tonight, we'll provide an overview of our planning approach, project design, and project community benefits. And Check Tang of Studio T Architects will present the project design. April Phillips, our landscape architect, and our civil engineer are available as well. Next, please. So as with our Adrian Court project, our planning approach for the Ingold site was to be one, consistent with the new general plan. This is a mixed-use project as described, to provide public open space, and to be consistent with the Rollins Road mixed-use interim standards, which we do meet all the design standards, and then provide the Tier 3 community benefits, and then lastly, provide affordable housing using the city's density bonus ordinance and the state density bonus law. In this case, we are seeking one concession for 25 tandem parking stalls. Next, please. Our Tier 3 community benefits are as described, 43 new affordable apartment homes at the low income level. These will be deed restricted for 55 years, and we're offering the same priority program that we did on our other two communities where Burlingame residents and workforce get priority. The second Tier 3 community benefit is a new 0.4 acre dedicated park, and that would be constructed as part of the project and then dedicated to the in-fee an easement to the city of Burlingame. And then lastly, a new 3,400 square foot pedestrian plaza on Ingold Road that embraces existing redwood trees on the site. Next, please. So as you're familiar with this is a great transit-rich site within eyeshot of the Millbrae Multimodal Station. It has quick access to groceries, restaurant services, and other retail. We are very excited to be in this central location. Its architectural context is eclectic, and we considered it in our design, which Chuck will describe shortly. We also considered the existing site conditions. Next, please. We wanted to design a site that would preserve the best of the existing redwood trees on site, as you can see in the bottom row of photos, and also accommodate an existing 20-foot easement that's located along the north property line and the site's 100-year flood map designation, and recognize the site's surrounding uses. And as part of this process, we also met with the Parks and Rec team very early to determine the best location for the park. As staff outlined in the staff report, we hosted a neighborhood meeting last November and have also met with Riggs Distributing next door and reached out to Guitar Chocolate as well. I'd like to just now turn it over to Chuck, and we'll be available for any questions. Actually, before we leave the existing site, I want to address the question about the street lighting. At the request of Public Works, we are doing a street light study right now from the project site to the Burlingame-Millbrae border on the western side of Rollins Road to identify if there are any low levels, and we'll be working with Public Works to identify if there's any upgrades that need to be done. And now I'll turn it over to Chuck.
Thank you, Elaine. Chuck Tang with Studio T Square Architects. Thanks for the opportunity to present the project before you this evening. As Elaine mentioned, this is a really transformative neighborhood in Rollins Road, kind of mixed-use district, and as such, it's really important for us to not just to provide a public benefit, but really provide a public benefit for the purpose of really creating placemaking and also good urban design. So next slide, please. So the site obviously is in the tier 3 kind of a category. So we want to take advantage of the amenities that we have in the half-acre park, which is kind of the marquee of a project, as well as a mid-block plaza along Ingold Road. Those are the kind of main urban design elements that creates really a sense of arrival for this project, for really this district. Utilizing the existing redwood trees. There's a cluster of redwood trees right by the park. And then there's also a cluster of redwood trees, existing redwood trees right at the kind of mid-block plaza. We want to take advantage of that to create kind of the moment for the project, not only for the park, but also kind of mid-block plaza, so that as you transition from Rollins Road to the park, there's a series of kind of urban spaces. In addition to those public benefits, we also created a kind of a commercial plaza right on Rollins Road. So as you kind of create that connection to the Millbrae station, that we also have kind of these pulses of urban space to also activate some of the creative commercial use on the ground floor. In terms of uses, we have kind of the mid-block kind of separated by that commercial plaza on Rollins Road. One side is at a little bit over 4,000 square foot of commercial use. And then on the corners, kind of our kind of marquee corner with the leasing office, amenity spaces, the lounge and lobby spaces. And by the way, that entire frontage, both on the corner there and along Rollins Road, there are also high bay, 23-foot floor to floor, kind of very, very, very elegant kind of a commercial space. And as you come along the park, we also have Wi-Fi cafe as well as bike parking that fronts onto the mid-block plaza in a way that kind of activates that plaza as well. And then I think on this project, the main concept is that there is really no backside of the project, especially in this case, the park really is the front of the project. And as such that we're creating amenity spaces that anchors the corner of the park, bike parking along the edge of the park for easy access, as well as units that fronts onto the park. And it's very important to have these activated frontages along here to provide kind of security 24/7 along the park and kind of create eyes on the park. The project itself is a 2-level parking garage. And as you can see, we also are very, kind of attentive to the circulation of the parking for the, especially for the office and commercial kind of uses, as well as leasing future residents parking, that we create a very convenient loop for visitors experience, and it's also easy access to the frontage here. And then the other thing that is really important for the project in order to activate all these public spaces is also where we have strategically placed a vertical circulation. So you can see these are the elevator core that's sprinkled throughout the building. This one here on the north side is so that as you're coming home from the BART station, there's an easy access into the building. This one works off of the leasing office and the kind of lobby area in easy access for the future residents. And then here, there's an elevator here also, so for the residents come from the podium gardens or the units to access this mid-block plaza, and also another one here that creates a really easy access to utilize the park. There's a easement here, as Elaine has mentioned, that's 20-foot wide, and potentially there could be some future kind of private connections here, but what we have here is a gated condition. But what we wanted to do is activate this back edge as kind of a dog park and kind of a passive open space. So really, again, there is really connectivity on all sides of the project. Next, please. And it's been mentioned in previous projects here that I think good urban design, good parking diagram is the basis of good architecture. And as you come up to the podium level, this is 2 levels up above the ground plane. The main thing is that we want to really make this project livable for the residents, as well as a good urban design feature in terms of the finer block. So as you can see, the project is actually anchored by a series of courtyards in the middle of the project. But we want to make it clear that we want to have visual connections from the private open space area to the public realm. So you can see that there's a peekaboo from kind of this podium gardens down to the park, as well as this kind of transparent view on Rollins Road. So those connectivity are very important. And I think also the way the buildings articulated, it created a natural modulations on the exterior to create that party diagram that is really important for good architecture and not just facadism. The other thing that we thought was really important for this project, as you travel down Rollins Road, this edge of the building is probably going to be quite prominent, at least for the near future. So we took a lot of effort to carve the building so that there is really no backside to the building. This is very apparent. And so these are actually intermittent courtyards that sprinkle throughout this edge of the building. And again, from a livability point of view, these residents can actually access into these little courtyard as a bit of a secondary open space. The park is actually facing south, as well as a lot of these amenity spaces are positioned on the south, on the north end of the podium garden, so that the shadowing of the buildings on the south side would have minimum impacts to either the public space or the private open space. Next, please. Again, kind of peeling the onion one layer at a time, the other items on not just a 3-dimensional, but also 3-dimensionally, we wanted to make some pretty substantial move in terms of the massing. So if you can tell, this is the upper floor of the project that we have very intentionally peeled away, not building out all corners of the building, but on Rollins Road, we actually peel away a substantial part of the building on the Rollins Road frontage here, also on the Engo Road. As well as kind of peeling away on the park edge for a better scale relationship to the park conditions below. And in addition to that, what we want to do is further activate the park edge by having a roof deck and a roof lounge that fronts onto the park, so that even during the evening, there will be activities happening on the roof lounge that would look down on the park as well. Next, please. So this is a section that you can tell is part of the compliance with the plan, the design guidelines. This is a section through the park. You can see there's living units that front onto the park with kind of a stoop conditions out front. And then the garage is completely shielded from public view. This is kind of that gap between the building so that the podium gardens can actually now participate in the ground plane gardens here. And we can talk about the architecture later, where there's really no backside to the architecture. And all the common areas, the liners along Angle and Rollins Road actually have very high bay ceiling. In most of the commercial uses up front is actually a double high 23-foot photo floor bay windows. Next, please. Architecturally, I think one of the key, again, is having a good party diagram, good urban design. And I think the architecture is a derivation of those concepts. And so you can see clear, very clear strategy in terms of massing, in terms of the building breakup. The building massing actually works directly with the urban design. And you can see that peeling back that upper floor on many of those edges creates substantial changes in elevation, and the roof line and the skyline is really a lot of articulation. The inspiration of the architecture comes from kind of the industrial past of this district. Is a little eclectic. So one of the thought that we had was kind of a play on this notion of this almost like an industrial frame, corner building with a very unique feature on the corner. We can talk about the kind of unique material here. So this is kind of 100% corner with a leasing office, amenity spaces. And then you also have several components of parts that we kind of use as composition around the building, and not a whole lot of bells and whistles. Each one of these components of the architecture come with this unique texture, detail, and materials. On the base of the building, we created kind of this double height commercial space. We've actually utilized a very nice porcelain tile, large format tile that gives this space kind of a stone feel all the way around this corner on Rollins and on Angle. Next, please. The building elevation, I think, is a very interesting subtext. We have these component where this is kind of a frame building, this is more horizontal block building, and then you have this kind of more mannered kind of a vertical module, but each one of them has kind of a subtext to it. The other thing that is really important for the project is to also creating more contrast between the more solid blocks by having these kind of linkages. Both above this driveway entrance as well as this kind of a commercial plaza to create these contrasts in kind of a transparency to create a better architecture on the building. As you can see there, this is the park elevation. We've taken some of the elements from the front on the Rollins Road, but applied it, kind of judiciously on the park to create a sense of hierarchy on the park as well. Next, please. So this is the view of the park. Again, it's really as much of the front door as the Rollins Road. So when you come into the park, we want to kind of frame the park with some vertical power element. In this case, it's kind of the front door anchor element with amenity space on the ground floor. Even though this is facing out the industrial zone, that we have a secondary frame here to kind of address the park. You can see that by peeling away some of these upper floor element, it really kind of creates some articulations in the building, and the activation of the roof deck looking onto the park is really important to us as well. This is the mid-block plaza with the redwood trees kind of flanking it. So kind of creating a special moment as you come from Rollins Road. We have residential units here that has eyes on the park, which is very important for the security. And then we also, within the park, there's a lot of kind of passive green spaces as well as kind of active uses, exercising, ping pong tables and cornholes and things like that, that activates the activities on the park. Next, please. Material-wise, it's a contemporary building, but we didn't want it to be a cool contemporary building by kind of creating a whole series of lighter kind of color palette with some accent, and these are varying tones of either smooth trowel plaster or sand finished plaster. These are some of the accent color that you see throughout the project. But the kind of the most important elements on the corner here has this almost like Cortan steel type of metal panel accenting the corner, kind of give it that rustic kind of industrial feel. And then we have some accent wood panel, but it's a metal wood panels that looks like wood, as long as a metal panel that we use in some of the kind of the gateway areas. It's hard to tell on the material board here, but these are the large format porcelain tile that comes in like a 3x4 sheets that looks like essentially a slab when it's installed in the building. And then a few items of the balconies that is assigned to each one of the architectural components. This is that perforated metal on one of the building parts that we're proposing. Next, please. Landscape-wise, our landscape architects here, so I go through briefly. These are, this park is about 0.4 acres. There's this mixture of this kind of open green area as well as very active uses along the edge. There's an interface between us and kind of a privacy separation between the public park as well as the stoop condition that we have adjacent to the park. There's a trellis seating element similar to this that we're proposing here as an engagement to the architecture. This is a series of amenity, bike parking, and picnic areas here that's meant to activate the park as well. Next, please. Next, please. There's amenities on the mid-block plaza, has been stated as part of that public benefit features that has a fixture seatings here. We have benches and seating elements here. And there's a really unique kind of a detail here along the edge of the redwood as well. So April can get into that a little bit more. Next, please. And then one of the key features that is a very understated notion is that there is actually a parkway here to create a little bit separation of the sidewalk from the existing street because Rollins Road is quite busy. And then there's, because of the FEMA floodplain, there's also a great separation here with a series of intricate ramps that's kind of hidden that would provide you access to these plaza element here, because there is a different differential of elevations between the finished floor and the sidewalk. And I think that is actually a very unique feature because it kind of gives you a little bit more elevated view of the street and creating a little bit more separation from the street. Next. The private amenity areas, again, is just a series of outdoor rooms. What we want to do is kind of create a series of experiences that you could kind of utilize the private open space. Again, it's not just about the architecture, but it's the livability of the open spaces within the project. So there's a series of amenities throughout the private open space. And then one last one is these kind of key little courtyard area that even though it's not really, seems like it's not a very prominent, but I think it worked in concert with the architecture along this long edge here to provide some green and softness as the architecture also kind of creates a series of breakup and massing. A series of other landscape feature on the roof deck here that activates the park, as well as this kind of a dog park, a secondary green area that really activates all the way around the building. So with that, I'll just open up to questions. Thank you.
So do we have any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Torrones?
Yeah, thank you. Chuck, thank you for the presentation. Elaine, thank you. Again, in terms of the architecture, as I mentioned before when I got a preview, I think it has a certain dignity and calm to it, and it's well organized. So I appreciate that. But in drilling down, there's a couple of areas that I'm hoping you can take another look at, and it's the entry to the garage. If I look at the entry along Ingold, for example, there's the gap in the building that's in total about 35 feet wide, and then you have the 20-foot opening for the garage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, Chuck, if it's possible to at least revisit, maybe not that whole facade portion that's at 35 feet, but at least down to the pedestrian area. If there's some way to kind of visually narrow that gap in that 35 feet so that as you're following along that rhythm from the spaces until you get to the Wi-Fi lounge and the Redwood Plaza. If you didn't have that large sort of 35-foot divide that the pedestrian suddenly has to leap across,
Hmm.
sort of visually reduce the scale of that garage. I think, urban design, if you could revisit that, I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
And similarly, it's not quite the same or as bad on, it's not bad in general, it's just on the Rollins Roadside garage, like a 28-foot opening in total between the garage portion, 8-foot portion for the pedestrians to come out of that garage. If you could just, again, maybe blow up that area and revisit that just to see how that opening to the garage can be visually minimized and with some architectural detail,
Mhm.
again, at that pedestrian scale, so that it doesn't suddenly feel like a 20-foot gap that somebody has to maneuver, even if it's just a visual.
Mm.
So those are my questions for you. If you could look at those couple things. And then again, I would make the request that maybe when this comes back, if we could drill down a little bit more on the Redwood Plaza, because that is one of the community benefits. If we could get under that tree canopy and see exactly what's happening in terms of the urban furniture and what's happening at that streetscape, I'd really like to just dial that in and make sure that we make that a real good amenity along Ingold for the community, for both the neighbors as well as the residents, and really make that sing.
Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Say.
Yeah, thank you so much for the nice presentation. I have a few questions. So at the Redwood Plaza area, because I don't think we've seen like great detail there, how that works. I know that there's some seating being planned around the grove of trees. Is that seating intended to face the street or face the building? Or do you know yet?
It will be facing the streets.
Facing the street,
So
okay.
it's up against some of the seatings are up against the building, but it's facing the street. So Elaine can get into it. Elaine, I think you're on mute.
No, I'm muted, sorry. So there's a seat wall that actually, you probably noticed this at the site, but the redwood trees are actually elevated in their existing condition. So we're going to be putting in a new sidewalk, and so there will be a low retaining wall that will actually act as a tree well, as a seat wall that will protect the redwood trees, and it actually goes all the way around both stands of trees. Does that make sense?
Okay, got it.
If you pull up that previous exhibit, you will see it on the exhibit pretty clearly. It's kind of that kind of amoeba shape around the redwood trees. Is actually a tree planter and a seat, kind of a.
It's a seat wall doubling, retaining wall doubling as a seat wall as well. So there's going to be a seat wall around each cluster of trees, and then in addition there'll be both tables and chairs, and we'll bring this back with some more exhibits, but also modular seating that's kind of more like hangout seating. And then, and this is consistent with the code, there's bike racks, trash receptacles, proper lighting. And then we'll also bring it back, but the elevation there is the Wi-Fi lounge, which is storefront glass. So there'll be an indoor-outdoor relationship between the community spaces and the redwood trees, which I think will be really a very unique setting. And there's resident access at that point too. So we'll do an elevation and kind of blow it up for you all to see more detail. But that's kind of the vision right now.
That would be helpful. I see. Okay. And then right next to the Wi-Fi lounge, that's bike storage. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of the two bike storage areas?
Correct.
And is that bike storage accessed from the Redwood Plaza or from inside the building?
Currently is inside a building. It's kind of a secure bike parking inside a building, but it's easily accessible to the outside through the lobby.
through the lobby. And then the secondary one is nearby as well, close to the park.
Correct.
And again, access to that is on the interior in that kind of orange sherbet kind of corridor.
That's right.
Color-coded corridor.
That's right, exactly.
So was there any thought about locating these, at least one, closer to the northeast portion of the site so that you can be closer to the, multimodal station, or be closer to Rollins? Just thinking about being on the very inner corner of the building and have to get on your bike and then go out. Was there any thought or study of that?
There was definitely thought of it. We are constrained, candidly, working the trash logistics did dominate how that far north corner, northeast corner, I guess, navigated. So we have trash loading and we have leasing move-ins there. And so that kind of took up that spot.
Yeah, it's kind of a balance of different things, and we kind of had to kind of choose between where so we try to group a lot of the service stuff right there in that corner, and then but that way it keeps the rest of the urban edges clean.
Right. And because they didn't want trash off of Ingold, they didn't want trash pickup off of Ingold. So.
What are those gray spaces just north of the commercial space?
There are electrical rooms, utility rooms. There's a transformer. There's two transformer right in front of it. So we had to have a pretty sizable electrical room there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably look at a smaller component. I mean, we've identified a back of house spot. As we size things, we might be able to fit a few bikes over there. We are pretty tight, but happy to look at a couple, a small component.
Actually, I'm looking at the plans right now. On the second floor of the garage, there's actually a storage area right by the elevator. So there's we can look for maybe opportunity to get some, I think that
up above.
Up above. So the intent is you can get that elevator, get down the elevator and go right on your way to the BART station, right?
Yeah.
We can look for opportunities like that.
Yeah, we'll look for some new spots.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great.
It's a very good observation.
Yeah.
So looking at the fitness area, which has that great, corner view. I'm worried. So, of course, I'm thinking of the space of that road as it is now. And it's, at night, it'll be quiet, it'll be dark. And I'm just thinking about all this expensive fitness equipment just inside these big, tall glass walls, thinking like it's like an Apple store advertising for someone to break in and steal equipment. So wondering, I don't know if maybe that should be on another level too, like just not on the ground floor level, for this better safety and protection.
Actually, there's a second level. There's a little mezzanine level above the ground floor. You can see a set of stairs that goes up to a mezzanine level that's accessible up on the second floor. But I think we actually do quite a bit of these, kind of workout room on the kind of a public realm just to activate the street, because people do work out all hours of the day or night. So it's a really good way to kind of activate the ground floor. So.
Okay, in terms of just seeing activity inside the building.
Right.
Right.
And I just can't help but think about all the safety issues around that area right now. And likewise on that, I don't know what you can do, but this is a different site than the Adrian Court site in the sense that on Adrian Court, the other side has sidewalks, is mostly kind of, it's like one-story office spaces. This street has no sidewalk on the other side and lots of kind of warehousey, very industrial type spaces. Just again, thinking it feels dangerous at night, like lots of quiet, dark spaces that people could hide in and such. And I don't know what there is that you can do about that. I mean, I'm sure you'll have lighting, at least on your side of the street, but I'm a little bit worried about the park and just dark, places for people to
Yeah,
hide.
no, good question. So that area of the street we have studied, and we are adding street lights, and it's lighting the entire street. It's not just our side of the street. So the lighting levels along Ingold Road will be increased. And then the city actually has a criteria for park lighting that we would implement as well. So both of those would have been taken into account in the project design. The sidewalk on the other side is, it's somebody else's property, as you can see, but we are, if you look at that one slide, and you can see it in the ground plane, landscape plan, we're going to improve the crosswalk. If you're going from the project south towards Broadway, we're going to be reconstructing both of the ADA ramps there and putting in a piano key crosswalk, which will tie into the site across the street. So where we can, we are identifying and, trying to help those aspects. So we'll be doing that.
Okay, great. And are the sidewalks, I don't think you mentioned anything on Rollins. Are you making the sidewalk wider
Yes.
along
So
Rollins?
Yes.
Yeah, actually in both cases. So the existing sidewalk on both streets is 5 feet wide. So we're going to, as Chuck explained, there's going to be a 5-foot planter on Rollins and then a 10-foot sidewalk after that. So the
okay,
whole
great. Sorry, I
street,
missed that.
that public realm was 15 feet, and then you have the building behind. And then out on Ingold, we have a 4-foot planter strip and a 6-foot sidewalk.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry, I missed
So
that.
in both, and then the
Impressive.
street trees get, planted in between the sidewalk and the curb.
Right. And then lastly, I wanted to ask about how, I think you have something like 30 or 40 EV parking spaces in the garage.
Yes, 35. I believe.
Is that correct? Something about, okay, yeah,
We're
like
we might be around
10% of the
37
parking.
now or
Yes,
something.
Yes, 10%.
Yeah, I think we're
It's
around.
35, I believe. Yeah, 35 stalls. So it's kind of split between up the first level and second level.
Is there an ability to expand upon that as more and more cars go electric?
The 10% is where the Cal Green is right now. We can look at it. We're always balancing electric loads too, and demand, quite frankly. So it's something we can look at and come back with you on any additional thoughts.
Is the intention right now is that you would park there just temporarily until you're charged, and then you go into your assigned space, so those 30 something spaces are open? They're not like overnight parking where someone would be stuck without a charge?
No, they would be assigned to a resident. So we have managed parking programs, so everyone is assigned one spot at a minimum. So the property management team would identify who has electric cars, and those would be the people that would be assigned those spots. So we really haven't seen demand for close to this, 10% yet. But it would be that we would be able to accommodate 10% of the spaces would have the EV charging. The cars wouldn't
I think it'd be
rotate,
great if somehow you have, okay, I think it would be a good idea to have that ability for someone who just happens to have rented an electric car or whatever, or borrowing a friend's car that's electric or something, and needing to charge, and their space not being one that's been assigned to them as an EV spot, but that there's some kind of communal use.
Yes,
where
and we
people can
do,
rotate.
I should have been clear, they're in the commercial space. We do have.
There are 3 spots in the commercial space.
Yeah.
There are 3 EV charging stations at the commercial space that's open to the public. So it's probably short term, even though a lot of people kind of hog those spaces.
Yeah, I'm thinking more for the residents that they might need to charge and then move into their parking space. So is that accessible
Okay,
to the
yeah, it's
residents?
something we can look at. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Loftus.
So I'll start out by saying I share your belief that the success of architecture like this depends on the urban design situation that you either find yourself in or create yourself. And one of the things I think you've done really well is that you've created this fantastic urban design party, as you called it, using the architecture speak, that allows it makes the architecture work. They're simpatico with each other. And as Commissioner Terrones said, the architecture is there's a lot going on, but the architecture is somehow very curved, which I think is very successful. And so what's really interesting is that to make this kind of architecture work in an urban design situation, in a place like this one, you've got to create your own urban design, your own location for this stuff to happen, which I think you've done a really good job at. The other thing I would note about this area is that green stuff is in short supply. So the green stuff you've brought to the situation is really nice. And so all of this is to lead to a question. When we looked at it the other day, I said I would save my comments for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If I were going to sort of poke at any one thing on here, I would ask the question, is there a way to make the presence of the green space, the Redwood Plaza, and then the city park in the back, to bring that presence all the way up to the front at Rollins Road by enhancing the green at the corner, right at the leasing plaza, let's call it. And that feels like that wants to be green like the other stuff that's behind it, and it's sort of minimally green. And I wonder if something like, is it possible to bulb out that corner and create some additional green space that then would give Ingold Road a green edge, a thicker and more robust green edge all the way back to the park in the back. I like the fact that you've gone out of your way to plant trees in the front, and you've got the planting the verge there, and you create a big sidewalk, and all of that's just fantastic as a situation, a self-created situation for this building to sit. But the weak spot to me is that corner at the leasing plaza. And
can I suggest maybe the concept behind it? I think that's where the derivation of that mid-block plaza, because often it's a very very busy corner. Without some protection or some setback, you feel like it's not very comfortable sitting on that corner. So I think where we kind of, from an urban design point of view, kind of come back to was to have kind of the building occupy that corner, and then having a mid-block plaza where the activities can filter into a more protected little plaza area. So that was the kind of intention anyway.
I can see that argument. It feels more like taking advantage of an existing situation. You had redwood trees, you're not going to chop them down because you'll piss everybody off. Excuse me, I can't say that on live YouTube, but you can't do that, despite the fact that redwood trees have no business being in this part of the country, right? This is not where redwood trees belong. They belong in coastal highlands where it's foggy. But so you leave the redwood trees there and you create a plaza around them, but it just feels weak at the corner. And I knew when I asked the question that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Elaine.
I was just going to say, we can certainly look at that. On the bulb out, I will say that the truck maneuvering going in and out of there with the existing uses that are on the south side of Ingold Road would really be problematic. They they kind of barely make that curve as it is right now, but we can work with April and check and just, you know, at least look at what's happening in the ground. We'll do a little blow up of that area so we have a better idea of what.
Yeah,
happening.
the bulb out was just me reaching for more
space.
territory to
Real
put more
estate.
green stuff right there.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it looks like you can't shove the building back there and make it work. So anyway, that's the spot that I would poke at. That spot.
But we'll at least
I
look at-
love the fact that you've got the industrial corner there, and it would be really fantastic if somehow that corner could be greened, and if not habitable, at least representative of the stuff that's happening back in the back, because that's a public park, right?
Right.
Most of
That's
that
a
green
public-
space is a
That is
public park.
public park, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a look at that, see if we can repeat that. Sure.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay,
I don't see any.
all right, so we'll open to public comments. So do we have anybody from the public that'd like to speak on this item?
I did not see any emails come in, and I'm not seeing any chats come in either.
Okay, so I'll close public comments and we'll go to commissioners' comments. Who'd like to start?
Commissioner Loftus?
I might as well keep going then. I just reiterate what I sort of intimated a minute ago. I think this is a really, really nicely thought out, well-organized project that creates its own place in a very, very, you know, sophisticated way that's not trying too hard. You know, you set yourself up with the urban design, the moves on the ground, and the permeability of the building, and the being able to see through the building, see into the building, green space, see out of the building's green space on the upper levels, and it all just sort of flows very nicely together. And it feels like the kind of a project that could have a huge impact on the area, on the future development of the area. And it's big enough. It's got a sort of mass. It's got a sort of critical mass that it's believable that, you know, other stuff follows from this. I'd be really disappointed and frankly shocked if in, you know, a few years there wasn't something else out there that tied into this. And I think it's all set up very nicely for that to happen. So, you know, I could pick nits about a whole bunch of stuff maybe, but it would all be picking nits as though, well, I would do that slightly different. You know, that's what architects like to do. We like to say, yeah, I wouldn't do it like that. I would do it a different way. But, you know, if I let go that sort of 5% of stuff that I might do differently, this is really, really nicely done. So big thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terrones?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Loftus. I think another aspect of the project sort of creating its own place is it's going to create a certain energy in that location that is going to actually add the eyes on the street. It's going to add the life that's going to happen. I actually really like the idea of that fitness center creating, because there's just countless numbers of fitness centers in developments like this that I've gone past up and down the peninsula, where you see that life happening after hours. You see that the residents occupying that space, doing who knows what in a fitness center, you know, and taking advantage of that amenity that then creates again its own energy and life that suddenly enlivens that, at least this portion of Rollins Road, that and as well as Ingold, that's not there now. You know, I think similarly, I could see residents taking advantage of the Wi-Fi lounge on occasion and the amenity space that I realize is to be determined, but occupying those spaces at various different hours, including nighttime and evenings, to enliven that Redwood Plaza as a community benefit, and even take advantage of the park on occasion. I like the project. I think it should move forward into the environmental scoping. Other than the usual issues of traffic access, and I know that you're going to have, as Elaine mentioned, very interested neighbors in terms of their truck access and maintaining the needs for what they need to get to. But I'm sure that will be borne out in the engineering, and then we'll see where this has to go in terms of any sort of environmental assessment, or if it's exempt due to its infill status. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Commissioner Say.
Yes, I'll add to what Commissioner Loftus and Taronis has said too, and that I think this design is really incredible and very thoughtful. I love all the positive, negative spaces and the peeling back, as Czech was explaining to us in the design. I like how when we had met on Zoom earlier in the week, how you even pointed out that the northeast corner is nicely developed as well. It'd be nice to see a rendering from that perspective, maybe next time, that we can see how that's looking. But I think also with the richness of colors in your palette and the materials add life to the complex as well. And yeah, I had to keep double checking, is this a condo complex or apartment complex? It just has so many nice amenities for one to enjoy. I like the fact that so many of the units have a private terrace or balcony space as well, to get some fresh air and view to the other spaces. I love how you have thought through just where the sun patterns are and where where the swimming pool is located, that it's actually going to get good sun exposure, even despite the tower to the south of it. And of course, where the green park is ideally located as well for kind of maximum sunshine in the afternoon. I think it's going to really be interesting to see what develops along Rawlins after this this complex goes up, as well as the one over on Adrian Court. And I think it's very exciting for this part of the city. And I think that you've done a really wonderful job. So thank you.
Commissioner Schmid.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's a very attractive project. The documents are well thought out. Everything was really clear and easy to go through. I appreciate that. And I think it's going to be a great addition to our community. Thank you.
Chair Camarado.
So when I first looked at the project, I really liked it. I thought you did a great job, Chet and Elaine. I think you've answered a lot of the questions and thought through the materials. I'd love to see a board though at some point. But I like what you've done. So thank you for all your hard work.
Great. I don't see any other comments. We don't necessarily need a motion here in this case, because it'll have to go through its environmental review process and come back to regular action when all that's completed. So I think we're all done with this project.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Great.
So I think that's it. Commissioners' reports. Ruben, do we have commissioners' reports or anything? No, none.
No, no director's reports either. Wanted to thank you all for being so flexible and doing a fantastic job on Zoom today at our first meeting. I think everyone went pretty smooth, and we'll work out some of the little bugs, but overall, great job, everyone. I think it went.
Actually, let me just interrupt, Ruben. Just a reminder, Saturday, we have the joint City Council Planning Commission meeting. from 9 to 12. And there's some interesting things on the agenda with the 220 Park Road Post Office project and also the Town Square project that's just starting. So we look forward to that on Saturday. If anyone we'll be sending the packets electronically, but if somebody wants a hard copy, let us know. We can deliver that to you, but otherwise we'll send it to you by email.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.